Mute
I
there.
think Miro's walking very close to the edge, isn't he?
I don't know. I haven't read out there yet. The peanuts.
Yeah.
Why? What are the peanuts up to? You'll be punished for 2 doses of Lindsay.
I think Miro's walking very close to the edge, isn't he?
I don't know. I haven't read. Alan, you got the live stream going?
I haven't now.
That was a yes then.
Hey, after you turn it off, then you go, no, I haven't got it.
No, no, not now.
Not now, no.
But then, yes.
No, no,
Yes.
it's definitely muted. It's definitely
Now.
muted at my end.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
So we're going to start guessing what the thumbnail was now. Alan was nearly on the right track because he's got some clues in his, but you can't say. So you can't guess Alan yet because you've already mentioned it before. But the peanuts don't know what you said before, do they? So that doesn't work out then, does it?
Yeah,
So what was your first one? Something to do with the gas, to do with the colouring.
it's well, I've worked out what the picture was. It's pretty bloody easy.
Mm. Okay.
It's a, it's a, it's it's a tube that was evacuated and then filled with a particular element in gaseous form at low
Okay.
pressure, and then had a couple of yeah, there you go. But you're not showing the entire picture there because you can't see the anode and cathode at either end.
Uh.
The bit that lets the electric in.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah. That's about the best I can do.
And well, yeah, you can just see the slightly yellow bits at either end.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm sure we can all. I'm sure we can all
Okay.
work
Doris
out
guessing
what
it's a
gas was
mercury.
used.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that'd be the big giveaway. Um,
It's
Doris guessing mercury high
it's.
pressure lamp.
I would say no
No.
because not
Okay.
the right colour.
Right.
I'm pretty sure Mercury's a lot bluer.
No.
At least all the Mercury, at least all the, at least all the Mercury art stuff that I've seen is always sort of lilac blue colour.
Uh, Doris going. Or a natrium lamp. I don't know if I've heard that terminology for it. But there's a certain word. I can't really give any clues because
I would guess it's half of salt is the so, sodium.
Sodium is natrium. Yep.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, so I would say sodium because it's that nice yellow colour.
Yeah, it looks like a sodium vapor lamp.
We'll just see if the peanuts can just give it the actual the main word of what it is, of when they if they can work it out. If not, we'll just have to get into it.
Um,
What about if I give you the guy's name? Would that help?
A wood?
Yeah, it helps some people. Uh,
yeah.
George's Claude.
Yeah. Although that's, I don't think that's neon, but it could be neon. I mean, it could be neon because neon's red, and obviously a lot would depend on the exposure of the camera as well.
You should have put
Because
your
if you're
clue
over
in.
it,
You should have put your clue in the internal chat, Alan, and I would have said yes or no. So we've only got Dora guessing so far, and Stevie B hasn't got a clue. Stoplight on his buggy. Anyone else had a guess out there? And did they guess your scientist, WG?
I did.
Yeah.
But Micro cheated, so I might have to do a new one.
Oh, did he? Oh.
Google is your friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to say if you cheat when you cheat.
Unless your name's Brian Leakey.
Oh, yeah.
Poor old boy.
No more guesses out in the peanuts as well? Okay.
It's like a it almost looks like a laser tube.
And George's Claude didn't help?
No, because I couldn't remember who invented them. But
Okay.
yeah, gas discharge lamps.
Mm.
Put different gases, put different elements in them, you get different colours.
Yeah, I think Dora
Based
might. I
on
think
the-
Dora might be getting it, Alan, with your help.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dora pretty much already got it by knowing that it was a sodium. She went for mercury, and that was like, well, we think it's sodium rather than mercury, but yeah, they're gas discharge tubes.
Here we go.
Change the gas, get a different colour. That's
Yep.
why they have neon and xenon, and the noble gases are quite good for it. But yeah, you can use sodium, mercury.
I
Most
was
of the metals
hoping
do.
this would cover a generic range of this article. I don't know what size to have it for you. That'll be too big. They can't see me doing what I'm doing. I'm just.
Oh, that's all right then. Oh, yeah.
Miro, I'll let you off, mate. Don't worry.
That's at 90% on my end.
Well, that's more than fine, our end.
That's good enough.
Yeah.
We won't be able to watch the videos, I don't think, because I think the videos are. They say
don't
watch
take
on.
the
They
risk.
say watch on YouTube, but you never know.
No, don't risk it, mate.
I won't risk.
Christ
Okay.
almighty, don't risk it.
Okay, so it's George's Claude and Neon Lights.
That almost sounds like a Kiss record. Oh no, that was Neon Nights.
Oh, okay.
And I think it's more Georges Claude.
Georges.
Georges.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 'cause
Well,
he's
he was French.
Because I was going to say he was a cheese-eating surrender monkey.
Oh.
That's just so cruel calling them that. And wrong. Not that I'm defending the French, but they did put up quite a fight, you know.
Well, yeah, but then they just surrendered everywhere else, didn't they?
You know why they surrendered, don't you? It was to
Well,
save Paris.
Yeah.
If they hadn't surrendered, Germany would have flattened Paris, and the French just weren't going for that. And I think they realised by that stage that they'd pretty much lost anyway. So it's a case of, yeah, let's stop now, shall we, before they flatten our capital city.
What you mean? Unlike us, when we let them flatten our capital city, pretty much.
Well, yeah, but the Germans would have done a proper job on Paris.
Oh, here we go.
I'm
Stewie
sure
got,
they would have done a proper job on London if they'd got here.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Stewie's got a Sabbath reference for Neon Nights.
Oh, it's Sabbath. That's right, not Kiss. Sabbath. Neon Nights.
Okay, we've got a new scientist. Okay, new scientist, the guy who invented the vacuum pump, measured the weight of air, and conceptualized the notion of an absolute vacuum in space. Oh shit, that one looks even harder. Something. I reckon it's Von.
I'm going to say, if he was born on,
Yeah. So you get the middle part, Von, but that doesn't really help much, does it?
technically, before you told us that, he could have been a Dutchman, so he could have been Van.
Oh, yeah, okay, I didn't think of Van. So it could be Van or Von. Okay. Yeah, we want his full name though, don't we? Obviously.
We do. Yeah.
Is Miro right with the first name?
He is.
Yes, it is Otto.
Well, I'm just going to go and fix me coffee up. I'll just get the name for that. So I'm
Yeah.
going to start reading in a sec.
I made the quiz a little bit easier today. I might have to revise it and make it bloody harder for
No.
micro.
No. What do you mean
Dora,
harder? Jesus wept.
I told you, Paul, if I get at least a few questions right, the quiz is hard.
Oh, you should be able to get a few right today.
Yeah. I think Dora's forgetting that Bill the Bastard was a Norman, not a Frenchman.
They were my ancestors. My ancestors were the Vikings, because they then settled in the north of France, and they were the Norsemen, and they became the Normans, and then they came and invaded it. My family name can be traced back to the Norman invasion.
Yeah.
I am of Viking descent. Hammer of the gods.
Yeah, and most of the place names around here are Norse in origin.
Yes.
Around where I am.
Yes.
Because Danelaw, big, Norfolk was really big in getting lots of Norse place names. There's so many of the villages around here end in BY because that's a classic Norse.
Yes.
I forget exactly what the BY is, but I know it's a classic for Norse settlements.
Yeah, well, most of the English, most British place names, if you look at the history of them, they'll tell you, who settled that place, why it's got that name.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah.
Normans come from Normandy, which is in France. Yeah, but William wasn't exactly French.
But Dora, it's why it's called Normandy. Because the area was settled by the Norse. They were the Norsemen, and they became and that went from Norsemen to Normans. So that's the area of France that was settled by the Vikings. And if you watch the Viking series that's on, I can't remember whether it's Netflix or Amazon Prime. Certainly, the first couple of series, that's all based on actual history. It's not just made up bullshit. It's what's known about. What was the guy's fucking name? It's actually based on historical facts and Viking sagas. Otto von Goebbels? No.
I'll make that a little bit
Sorry,
bigger.
Stu got it right, but did he cheat?
Why is my...
Yeah, I don't know.
Hi, Tess. Who cheated?
Irish Stu.
You wouldn't cheat.
No one knows this guy. Come on, no one knows this guy.
They got his first name, but they can't get his second name.
Well, Irish did. But does he know how to pronounce it? Pronounce it.
Nah.
Say it. Does he know how to say it?
Come on, Stewie, can you pronounce it?
I had to laugh. Chemo this morning was talking. He was trying to make out how clever he is and how all of us Globers are stupid. He couldn't even pronounce Stockholm Syndrome properly. Because he struggles with new or complicated words, and I don't think his reading skills are that great.
Was that when he was in there all by himself and everyone was muted or deafened?
Yeah, that was about... when did I get up? That was probably about 9:30 this morning, so that was 3 hours ago. Him and then Brian Mabbitt came in, and they're just being paranoid together. And he's saying, "Oh yes, that's because all the Globers have got Stockholm syndrome."
This syndrome.
I thought, mate, it's only got 2 syllables. It ain't that hard to say. Yeah, he couldn't pronounce Stockholm syndrome properly, and yet he's the clever one, and we're all the thickies, right?
Oh, Miro, that'd be Gary Wybanger. He'd put a thumbs down.
Who put the thumb down?
Yeah, that's it. That's the only person I can think of to do that.
Yes, it's usually Gary. Why bother?
Yeah.
Okay then. So they haven't guessed the last name yet, so we're going to have to start reading. They might have to Google. Okay.
No, somebody's got it, didn't
Did
they?
they?
Yeah,
Where?
Irish Stu got it.
Somebody got it.
Oh, that's right. He couldn't.
The challenge.
The challenge was
is
to
say it.
pronunciate it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pronunciate it, yeah.
Syndrome.
Stockholm syndrome.
Stuck at home syndrome.
Yeah,
Stuck home, yeah.
Yeah, Stockholm. Yeah.
Can I just ask, why the hell does that picture look like Emperor Palpatine from Star Wars with 3 lightsabers in front of him?
Who does it look like?
Emperor Palpatine. Before he gets zapped up too much.
I'll tell you. Oh, I was going to say. I'll tell you who it did look like. Steve, what's his name from? Who's got that court case ongoing at the moment? Oh, what's his fucking name?
I don't know.
Oh, what, the YouTuber?
Steve McRae.
Yeah.
Looked a bit more like him.
Okay then. I'll see how far I can get before my eyes start watering out of my face. Need to know Alan is talking about pure fantasy. I don't know, I missed that what you were talking about there.
It's a lightsaber pitchfork.
Asterisk the goal. Alright. If Thomas Edison's oh shit, my eyes.
Do you want me to read it, mate?
Oh well, I'll see if I can get a little bit at least to get going.
Okay.
If Thomas Edison's light bulb is still an international symbol of innovation today and a result of one of the greatest collection feats of humanity in the 19th century, in the history of technology, we must also celebrate one of its heirs, neon lights. They were the result of combining the latest developments in chemistry and physics from the 20th century in an ingenious mix devised by Georges, how did you say I should, whatever his name is, Claude.
Georges Claude.
Yeah, he was born 24th September 1870, passed away on 23rd May 1960. Oh, he'd done a good innings. He was remembered today as the French Edison. Yeah, he had a good innings.
Le Edison.
Le Edison.
Okay, so just as American inventor did not invent the light bulb, but turned it into a practical device and made its commercialization viable, Claude did something similar with his neon lights, which he presented in the 1910 Paris Motor Show, held from 3rd to 18th December, adorning the facade of the building with the 2 enormous neon tubes, over 12 metres long, and a bright red light. This is how Georges Claude dazzled the crowds in the first public demonstration of his ingenuity after having registered his patent in March of the same year. His audacity provided an unexpected use for neon, an element that had been discovered only very recently. In 1898, Williams Ramsay and Morris Travers succeeded in separating pure neon gas from the air we breathe, while chemists were celebrating the fact that they could add the new element to the group of noble gases in the periodic table under helium. Right something in the hole that Mendeleev had reserved for it. Physicists began to study its properties using the typical gas discharge tubes of the time, into which they introduced gases at low pressure. Travis himself was the first to fall in love with neon light, which appeared in the tube upon applying an electric current of several thousand volts. The blaze of crimson light from the tube told its own story and was a sight to dwell upon and never forget. And we don't watch the YouTube things. Do you want to do a section, Mr. Speaker?
Sorry, I was just getting triggered because you can't have a current of several thousand volts.
Oh, did you want to correct something that was written in the text?
Yeah, sorry, I was just like, no.
Well, what did they? Did I read it wrong?
No, you read it perfectly. You read what was there exactly correctly, Terry. It says applying an electric current of several thousand volts. You can't apply an electric current of several thousand volts. Current isn't measured in volts.
So you meant amps.
Well, you apply a voltage of several thousand volts or a potential difference of several thousand volts, and you get some current flow.
Right. So you reckon Speak misinterpreted something?
No, whoever wrote this doesn't really know.
Yeah. That's usually the way, isn't it, with these citations that they've written
doesn't
stuff?
Doesn't know their Ohm's law and their units.
Yeah. Well, they get the information, but they just miswrite it out. Unless it was transferred from English from French to whatever, and they're all backward over there anyway, aren't they?
I have no idea where this was written. So.
They're all backward over there, aren't they?
Well, when you transfer a foreign language back into English, and vice versa, sometimes things are a bit backwards.
Hey, if it had been translated from Japanese, I could understand it because that is often quite comical.
Yeah, it is. It is comical. Then.
Yeah, Japanese to English is quite funny.
Yeah, not to mention their inability to pronounce half my bloody name.
Okay, you want to read that bit?
What, that bit?
That bit there and the next bit under the picture.
Yes, of course I could do that. Right, from mere curiosity to useful gas. Neon lights were born, therefore, along with the discovery of this new noble gas. But for a while they were only used as mere curiosity, because neon was very rare amongst other reasons, until Georges Claude entered this story. Claude had been experimenting with noble gases for some time, and also founded a company to liquefy air in 1902, Air Liquide, which today is one of the leading multinational gas producers. As a byproduct of his method of liquefying air, Claude began producing tons and tons of neon gas, and also developed a method for purifying it once it was inside a sealed glass tube. His second invention was crucial and meant that neon lights could have an acceptable lifespan, as it managed to prevent the degradation of the electrodes that apply the current to the ends of the tube. Oh, look, that's very pretty. Oh, is that an actual colour photo from 1910?
It could be, but it's probably just colorized.
Yes. You have to be careful
because they were very good at it. They were very good at that sort of stuff back then.
Yeah. Right. Claude's patents describe tubes up to 30 meters long, using conventional electrical installations, and also contemplated adding other gases such as helium, argon, and mercury vapor to achieve all kinds of colors other than red neon. All the ingredients were there, but Claude's second big business venture took some time to catch on. In the 1920s, he took his invention to the United States, and little by little, it began being used in advertisements, until eventually it became all the rage in the big cities. Over the following decades, neon lights changed the face of emblematic places such as Times Square in New York or Piccadilly Circus in London, even becoming a typical complement to Art Deco architecture. Put your teeth in. The decline and the reinvention. Its popularity declined in the second half of the 20th century in the Western world, but it continued to spread throughout the booming metropolises of Japan, Iran, and Hong Kong. By then, fluorescent tubes, a close relative of neon lights, had begun to arrive in homes and offices, and much later the tubes were converted into tiny lights to illuminate plasma TVs. This new life reinforces the idea of neon lights as a great symbol of the innovation of the past century. Now that the use of polluting materials and a high energy consumption have made them a relic of the past, where they still survive, they are being replaced by LED tubes.
Yeah.
And it's interesting that it says amongst the booming metropolises, if you just scroll back up a tad, it mentions Iran.
Well, yeah, in the 70s.
Yes, when you still had the Shah in charge, Iran was just like any other Western country.
It was indeed.
Now look at it.
Iraq was much the same, wasn't it?
Yeah, they both were. They were both. You'd think you was in any other Western country, to be honest.
And the Lebanon.
Yep.
But of course, the problem, the ones with the no fluorescent, of course, fluorescent tubes have now been banned as well, haven't they? Because too much energy and the fact that you have to have mercury in the damn things.
Yeah. Right. Where are we? Claude did not live to see the decline and reinvention of his technological brainchild. He died in 1960, stripped of the honours he had accumulated by being the Edison of France. Accused of collaborating with the Nazis during the Nazi occupation during the Nazi occupation of his country, he was sentenced to life imprisonment at the end of World War II. Blimey. He was in prison for 6 years, and upon his release, he was recognised for his final contribution to technological history. A pioneering pilot plant in Matanza in Cuba to extract clean energy from the sea, taking advantage of the difference in temperature between the surface and the bottom of the ocean. I wonder if he actually was a collaborator, though. I mean, just accusing somebody of that.
I mean, you run a big business like that and the Nazis come in and take over. You probably don't have a lot of choice, do you?
Not really, no.
Helmix. The well-known Russian 1917 revolution was of proletarian gases versus the noble gases.
Oh, I like that, mate. Well done. Yeah. So there we go. Neon Nights. And yes, Black Sabbath, but not Ozzy Osbourne. The other one.
Dio.
Ronnie James.
Yeah.
The voice of
It was Ronnie James when I saw them on the Mob Rules tour, January of 1982.
Yes, would have been.
Yeah, because the gigs were the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of January. And I'm pretty sure I didn't go the last night, so I must have gone on the 2nd of January. Good gig. Even if they were nearly an hour late coming on stage after the warm-up act because of set issues. I think there was nearly a riot in the Hammersmith Odeon that night. As you can imagine.
Yeah. So here we have a technical description of a neon light. Would you like me to read that as well, Terry? Is Terry muted?
Oh, was I muted? I was blowing my nose and I forgot that I was muted.
Ah, I thought he's remarkably quiet. I bet he's muted.
Yeah, again. Well, you didn't want to hear me blow my nose because I know some people might not like to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm going to blow my nose or cough or anything, I'll mute. Yeah,
Yeah.
I try to anyway.
So about the invention, not about about invention.
Yes, that looks like a technical description. Shall we go for it?
Yeah.
Right. A neon lamp, also known as a neon glow lamp, is a miniature gas discharge lamp. The lamp typically consists of a small glass capsule that contains a mixture of neon and other gases at a low pressure, and 2 electrodes, an anode and a cathode. When sufficient voltage is applied and sufficient current is supplied between the electrodes, shout out to Alan, the lamp produces an orange glow discharge. The glowing portion in the lamp is a thin region near the cathode. The larger and much longer neon signs are also glow discharges, but they use the positive column, which is not present in the ordinary neon lamp. Neon glow lamps are widely used as indicator lamps in the displays of electronic instruments and appliances.
Well,
Really?
they were.
They
In
were.
the-
They were.
I
They
think
were
it's just-
in the
yeah.
1950s and 60s.
Yes, I love it when it reads as if it's still current and it's like, you're allowed.
Let's just say yes. I worked with lots of equipment that had neon tubes in them because they also act as diodes.
Yes.
Well, we don't need to
And-
read much more of that. That's got.
And I think it's a shout out to First Death, who suggested the Peanut should have a button we can push when Terry is muted, and it puts a charge into his balls.
That sounds painful.
So look on the bright side, Terry. They don't want to electrocute you. They just want to electrify you.
Oh, okay.
So that means, Terry, if you're muted, you're neutered.
Ah,
Pretty much. Blimey. Ouch.
ouch. Okay, so that's that bit of it. I didn't know if we were going to get much more out of this. What other bit we got out of this one? We know who it was, the inventor of the first neon lamp. The word neon comes from the Greek neos, meaning the new gas. Neon gas was discovered by William Ramsay and M.W. Travers in 1898 in London. Neon is a rare gaseous element present in the atmosphere to the extent of 1 part in 65,000 of air. Is it obtained by liquefaction of air and separated from the other gases by fractional distillation? Okay. The French engineer, chemist and inventor Georges Claude, which we know who that was, the first person to apply an electric discharge to the sealed tube of neon gas to create a lamp. And he first neon lamp to the public in December 11, 1910 in Paris. So I think that's about all the info we can get out of it. I was trying to find other things, but I think we'll leave it at there for now.
Cool.
So if that top photo that we saw that was the
That
thingy
one?
picture. No. The one you had on the the one at the top of there.
Yeah, that one.
That one. Yeah, I have to say I think the photographer kind of overexposed that a bit.
What made the colours too dark?
Well, no,
not too
he
dark,
made
but
it
too bright.
Yeah, so he got he got that middle bit a bit too yellow, really.
Yeah. Maybe the type of
Was
camera
that yellow
they
is-
used to take the photo wasn't as good as what today's cameras
No,
were.
he just, in my opinion, overexposed it a bit.
Mm.
Got it too bright.
Yeah.
But you know,
Well, they don't let the scientists take the photos, do they? They usually let the photographers take the photos.
And remember, according to Grim V, if you have a family business making neon signs, that means you work in a plasma lab.
Oh yeah. Yes, because technically it's a plasma while it's illuminated, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. Well, I'll go and grab me some videos.
Oh, botheration.
No thanks. I won't have any of that.
No, I don't think so.
No, you don't. I don't think you want to experience what my back keeps doing to me either.
Okay. We'll see if we've got any. I don't know what Lindsay's been doing lately, but I'll just check for you. Okay. We did have part 3, the obelisk, and these last 2 videos 6 days ago and a week ago. Okay. Flat
The
Earth and
obelisk.
some esoteric knowledge, and Horus and Set, a philosophical, atmospherical and optical battle. Well, okay. Well, I'll grab that one out anyway. It's got Flat Earth written on it, so it must have something in it. So I'll grab that.
Oh yeah, that obelisk we watched was the third part, wasn't it?
Yeah, part 3. Even though if we watched part 1 and 2, it probably wouldn't have made any difference.
No, I don't think it would. Lindsay.
I was
yeah.
damn disappointed that Asterix didn't make an appearance.
And Get a Fix.
Yeah.
Who's their bard? Cacophonix.
Okay, what have we got here?
He come up with some brilliant names for that lot, didn't he?
Okay, we've got Simon the Dan.
Oh, and a shout out to Gary Wybenger in the.
I told you Gary was out there.
Yeah.
It's the year of the sphere, Gary, so that trumps your Flat Earth Day. Okay, LIGO from Blue. How long does that go for? That'll be interesting.
That's quite technical.
Oh, is it really?
Yes.
Yes, but it's nicely technical because Blue explains it really well.
Okay, what else have we got? Oh, we got Wally. Oh, Wally's just showing some SpaceX Falcon. I think he did another one before that. No debates in the last few days from anyone that I can find.
Don't think so.
Level Earth Observer says many things, and I hear what he says something. Okay, that's from Wally. I'll grab that. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Can't have too many, but we'll see how we go. The town that tried to cancel a comedian twice. Isaac Butterfield. The town that tried to cancel a comedian twice.
Oh, I haven't watched
Who'd want to ban Isaac?
What?
Okay.
What town in Queensland do you think would want to ban Isaac?
I didn't say what state.
Sorry, did I let that out? Well, you know, where do you think would want to ban Isaac?
Well, it wouldn't have been New South Wales, that's for sure.
It's definitely Queensland. I'm pretty sure it's Queensland.
Okay, major study on
Might
number
be-
of birds
might be a-
makes some interesting discoveries. They're talking about the feathered variety, I think. What else we got? That's about it, I think. We did. Oh, we did the Level Earth Observer before with Wally. I think that goes back. No, that's after. I'm sure we did Wally last week. On Wednesday.
I
Was
can't
the Level
remember.
Earth Observer one? Oh, that guy. The pilot.
That was on.
Yeah, we already watched the pilot one, the McToon pilot with
Yeah,
Wolfie.
MC2 with the pilot and
Yeah,
Wolfie.
yeah, we already watched that last Wednesday. Okay.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, but if I got given that guy as my flying instructor and he came out with that crap, I'd be going and asking for my money back for those lessons.
Do you think they might have just given it to him out of sympathy, so to speak?
No, because you don't get an instructor rating off the FAA as a hand it to you. You have to be competent as an instructor. But he seemed to have so little actual knowledge when Wolfie was asking him questions.
Yeah, that was the thing that threw me. What are you drinking, Paul? Scotch.
Ardbeg, it's lovely.
Yeah, it's very smoky. I've never had quite a smoky whiskey as this.
Is it just the basic normal one, or is it one of the fancy ones?
It says on the bottle, the ultimate.
Oh.
The ultimate Islay single malt Scotch whiskey, 10 years old.
But
yeah, I think that's the same one I've got. It is really nice.
It is really nice, yeah.
At least
I
you've
would
got
recommend it.
I love all the Islay single malts, so
yeah.
But at least you're starting the drinking when we start the show, Paul, not before.
Yeah.
Christ, it's far too early to start drinking.
Well, it's too late for me. I don't drink at this time of night anyway. Okay, we'll do a Lindsay and then we'll probably do a little bit of a quiz. Or we can do a couple of videos and then a bit of a quiz. Either. Either.
Yeah.
I'll put Lindsay up a bit. What did I put him on?
No.
On 2.5.
This isn't the same one as we watched the other day, is it?
No, we've already watched part 3 of the part 3 of whatever it was the other day, but this one's Float Earth and Esoteric Knowledge.
Esoteric knowledge. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, it's got the obelisk though.
Yes, it's still got the same stuff it had got in the other video.
Yeah, but that was part 3, the last one. So.
Right.
I also want to know why he was calling why he was calling a tetrahedron, or implying that things that were, had 3 instead of 4 sides.
Yeah, good point.
Because we are tetrapods, aren't we? We have 4 limbs, not 3.
Yes. Well, most of us do.
Well, as standard issue.
Yeah. Standard issue, I like that. Were you issued with that?
Not optional extras. No optional extras. You got the economy pack, did you?
What do you mean you've lost one?
Well, who said they lost one?
Oh, I have a friend who lost one. In fact, I have a friend who lost two.
Bloody clumsy of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, stupid bugger. I think the best one he told me was when the guy at the hospital said, "Well, you never wear flip flops again." You don't say that to a squaddy, do you?
No.
He went out and nailed flip flops to an old pair of feet.
And for us Aussies
But I
out
didn't
there, that's thongs in Australia.
Yeah, thongs. Because I didn't realise the feet wear out really quickly on the prosthetics. So yeah, you have, you tend to keep the cups because they're what fit against you. But you apparently you change the feet about as much as some people change their shoes.
Mm.
Can I press play now?
Go for it.
Just a quick video on it.
I was going to say, where is he?
Oh, it's 22 and 38 seconds. I wonder what caused him to stop early.
Things I've been putting up in my videos lately. I was just about to do another video, but I didn't want to scrub my pretty pictures. I thought I could add more to it, but
No, you run out of room, I
stuff
think.
coming into my mind now, so I wanted to do a video on it. But anyway, if you haven't seen my obelisk videos, go check them out. But
Don't tell Jose about the flip flop sentence.
the obelisk is the engraving we get in here, the hieroglyphs on the obelisks. They're associated with the cartouches, aren't they? Representing
Cartouches.
well, they're supposed to represent the person or the god or the king and his rebirth. And that's what all this is about, spiritual rebirth, the second birth in a man's life, the prize, the meaning to life. And it's the same thing. It's the cartouche and this. It's probably more of the celestial positions. I mean, it's all regards to the time. It's all quite obvious in the hieroglyphs that it's what I've been saying all along. The springtime, it's spring, because that's when all the magic happens on Earth. That's when that is equal. But yeah, check out those videos.
Springtime, the Earth's equal.
I could leave that. I could scrub that board over there, but that board's full of information as well. So I thought I'd just run over a few things.
He's got two whiteboards.
Jesus.
Now we know
Where?
science tells us light
Where's his other whiteboard?
He just
parallel
said
lines straight down onto the edge.
he's got another whiteboard over there.
Yeah.
This goes a bit deeper. I haven't got it on the top of my head, but anyway, we have our arc of horizon, and we are the centre of the universe. No matter where we are, it's all about us. Everything is projected back at us. The final example is when you go out in water and the sun ray, the beam comes across the water to you. Well, the guy a mile away, he'll have the same thing happening to him. It's all going to you because we're fractals of the light. That's how that works. Black hole is like a dream state. So we all come out of the black hole. It's all created from nothing. You can imagine that.
Hey,
It's the
Orby.
place of inertia. The centre of a black hole, this vortex, is rest. The eye in the storm type thing. That's the state of inertia. That's rest. That's Earth. Earth is the state of inertia. But the action's around the horizon, and all life is created from this action, the sun. And we are all fractals of the sun in this movement.
Wish he wouldn't wave his
So then
hands
on
around
top
all the
of
bloody
that,
time. Makes me dizzy.
Inertia. State of inertia. So we're fractals of the light. But our brains are basically the same.
Blackboard would make more
They're
sense,
fractals
you
of the
reckon,
whole
I
system.
think.
Light and the black hole, because our imagination, dream state, that's a state of rest. The black hole in the centre is a state of rest. It's all connected. It's like that. Two faces in alchemy. There's always two faces. There's a projection. There's a mirror image and everything. There's the sun face and there's a moon. So you've got the sun and the moon. Besides also meaning male and female, as above so below. This is described quite well in Plato's dialogue. Socrates talking about the duality of man, and I can't remember what it's called. It's all under that about love. It's not what you think. But like all that sort of stuff is 2 or 3 meanings to it. So you don't just take it literally for that one thing you think it is. It basically describes it like, man is a dual system. We have a physical form down here, but there's a spiritual form out there. It's our twin. It's the stories of twins in all religious stories. It all boils down to one
Is that what
person.
it is, Elmix?
Cain and Abel. He's the one man, one person. And we're a dual system. And our meaning in life is to connect the both, the physical world with our spiritual world. This is man's awakening. This is bringing the duality into singularity. So if you had 2 and then become single, it's like 2 minus 1 equals 1. So minus the 1, something has to die. And this is where you get all this drama and these stories of all this death and destruction, and head severed and all this stuff, because your past mental state has died off. That stupidness, you're born into darkness, that gets severed. You're separated from that, and you're born again into the real world, connected with your non-physical self, the spiritual side. Understand that? That's how it works. Fractals of Earth, fractals of light, we've been through that. Inward, outward show. There's an inward show and an outward show. That's what we are in the physical world. Everything's an outward show. It's all come out of the black hole as a projection. It's a projected show. It's what's within. And you've got to go in. That's where all the magic is. These people have these out-of-body experiences and go places. That's the only place, the only way you can get there. It's all in here. It's all of the mind, because our whole existence is from our mind, our 5 senses. So, if you think life's all about this outward show, you're a fool.
He's completely lost it,
It's
hasn't
inward,
he?
it's within.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know which rabbit hole he's gone
Celestial
down this
bodies
time.
move around us, not away. Celestial bodies, everything moves around us because we are the centre of creation, the centre of mass. Come out of the black hole, everything moves around us.
He put flat Earth in the title, but he's not talking about anything about
We know
flat
it's
Earth.
flat, but you don't see the celestial bodies go away like this. I'm about to do a video on Set and Horus. Very interesting. All about the horizon. Watch out for that one.
Okay.
What about the sun and the...
That's it. I
sun
knew
is
I
the
should have
volt,
stayed away
and we are
longer.
in the
You
magnetic
come back in
field.
20 minutes, Dad.
The sun is the voltage in the whole system. It's like down here we get electrical systems with magnetic
Are you
fields
playing
and
this at
voltage.
2 speed?
It's all happened back in
One-
creation.
1.25.
Positive in phase, bang, creates some voltage to the sun. The big bang creates an electromagnetic field, an electromagnetic pulse and an
Well, it's
explosion.
supposed to be at 1.25.
Earth is created.
Yeah,
State of
1.25.
inertia. We'll dwell
That's all right.
on the top half of it. The sun is all around us.
It
but
just
only
seems
seen-
slow
yeah,
today.
The sun is everywhere, but we only see it in our focal point, in our horizon.
You mean in his
It's a
intellect,
focal
or do
point.
you mean in the video
tuned
speed?
to our pupils, because our pupils
Well,
are
in the
tuned to
way
the
he's
black hole.
talking, it just seems a little bit.
The sun is in many places, but only seen in one. Nothing is physical. It just seems that way
LSD, Lindsay's
because of our
ship
5 senses.
delivery.
Atmospheric layers. There's 7
Or
atmospheric layers.
shite
The
delivery,
firmament.
Stewie.
And it's all moisture. It's all water. That's what's come up from Earth. This is all about the flood. Once the sun came out, it rose all the moisture into the atmosphere. Atmospheric moisture. So it lowered the sea level. And there's different gradients, different pressure gradients. All the celestial bodies sit in there. Different planets on each gradient. And the moon is the hermaphrodite that phases in and out both, male and female. In Plato's dialogue, it talks about the sun being the male, Earth being the female, and the moon being the hermaphrodite. But I've always declared the sun is the male, the moon is the female.
I don't think he knows what a hermaphrodite
You're
is.
both right. Because she does phase in
Probably
and out.
not.
She crosses, she's
Probably
like the mother
not.
that comes across and feeds all the kids, all the planets, and then goes back to the sun. And in one of my earlier videos I mentioned the moon is the 1/7. So she's part of the 7 wandering stars. She goes up and adds her 1/7 to the sun. But deep, you'll find a video on that way back somewhere. But anyway, in the Mayan or Aztecs, they mention this, they go on about this 1/7 as well. So I could do a video on that too. It's never ending. There's stuff coming in all the time, but anyway. But their whole mythological story is concerning the 1/7. This, the blah blah blah.
It's a
about the
tablet
moon.
time.
Anyway, let's move on.
Yeah.
Okay. Elliptic plane is the tilting magnetic spiral vortex. The elliptic plane, yeah. Because the sun's stationary, but It's not stationary. It turns, but it's on a fixed axis. No, it's not even on it. No, it's slightly off its axis because the centre is a black hole and it goes around it. So the sun is moving slightly. It goes around the black hole like this, projecting its light out, but tilts like this, but it follows the magnetic field. So the sun doesn't tilt, but it follows the magnetic field in the centre Earth vortex for the seasonal changes.
Just one thing, just stop for a second,
It's
Terry.
different stars with the sun. Science wants you thinking the background stars
Terry.
are going that way and the sun's going this way. No,
Oh,
everything
right.
goes in the one direction.
Let's not bother then.
Yeah. Well, I was muted and I was taking me tablets.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realise you were doing the same. I've got to pull him up on the fact that he said the sun rotates. No, it doesn't. And then he went, no, it doesn't. Yes, the sun does rotate. You can watch the damn sun rotate.
You certainly can. And it
Well,
rotates
assume-
different at different latitudes too.
He said something
So-
else about the sun too. It didn't seem right. Was it? Unless that what what he said.
Well, yeah, it's all it's all bollocks. But
Yeah.
I just wanted to particularly pick him up on saying the sun doesn't rotate because you can look at the bloody sun and watch it rotate.
Yeah.
Yeah, and by doing so, you can see that it actually rotates faster at the equator than it does at the poles. So it has to be made of gas because something solid couldn't do that, could it?
No.
But the sun moves quicker, and they want you to think the sun is stationary. Or I'm not quite sure what science says, but I'm pretty sure they think it's stationary. You will go around the sun, right? But no, the sun is turning. So if the sun's turning that little bit, and this is going in the same direction, but the sun is quicker because it's at the centre. It is quicker. It's slightly ahead of these stars. So they're assuming the stars are going that way because the sun is turning this way. But at the end of the day, it's the sun that's ahead of everything. And the sun at the end of the year is 20 minutes ahead of all the background stars. And what I put that down to is all the background stars are in the main vortex. And eventually,
But that definitely
the main vortex
doesn't sound
all spirals
right.
up. Eventually
Oh,
it has to get
God.
up to get sucked back down the centre. So that must
I was
be
gonna say,
part of the theory behind the precession of the equinoxes. But I've just put a big spiel on Facebook and how everything worked exactly how all the ancient stories wrote it in 2017 to the minute. The 3rd, the 6th, the 9th, 369, what Tesla talked about. Understanding these numbers, you get the keys to the universe. I've now got the keys to the universe because I worked it all out. Everything that's from the Bible and all ancient texts all boiled down to that one event on the 6th of September 2017.
Yeah. What happened back then?
I wandered off what I was talking about. 4 minutes. So at the end of the year, the sun is 20 minutes ahead. So that means this it's just wound up that little bit.
Did he lose himself in his own
It all gets
narrative
up there.
again?
That's what
Yeah,
happens. Wound up
yeah.
there and gets sucked back down. And sucked back down through the Milky Way because the Milky Way centre in the vortex with the sun there.
No.
That's how it works.
I thought the Milky
Yeah,
Way
so
was the
precision of
crocodile or
equinox, I
some
can't
shit.
quite haven't got to the bottom of it, but it seems like BS to me. Because like I say, after thousands of years, everything happened bang on. Dates, times, everything in 2017. So where's the, I'm talking about the zodiac constellations and that. They all end up with exactly what they said. The sun was in Pisces. I'll put it on one of my sites. It's a big story I put on Facebook. You can check out my Facebook site if you want.
I'm
Lindsay
pretty
Garrett,
sure.
you'll find me.
I'm pretty sure I've seen somebody did.
Right, what have we got here? Let's see, what is God? God is good. You're good as God. God's good. God is it's
I think he
It's
must
just
have
the
brain
energy
farts and then he writes stuff
all around
down.
us. The
then
electromagnetic
tries to
field,
tries
like
to
a brain.
interpret
You
it, what
look
he
inside
wrote.
a big brain, and you can feed off it. It's about getting the frequencies right.
He needs
It's
a
about exposing the
teleprompter.
pineal gland, waking up your third eye and that sort of thing. Taking the water away from your pineal gland, the flood that fluid through your system, leaving the pineal gland high and dry. It can pick up the higher frequencies. You receive more information. Celestial navigation on the flat plane. You've seen that video of mine. I'm going to expand on that one big time. I've got all this information NASA has hidden away. You go deep into the internet, you'll find it.
Yeah.
All
How
about
deep?
celestial navigation, and you'll understand how all the GPS system is created from celestial navigation. The stars above,
Am I back?
all those GP points, all on
I don't
there's
know.
the
Where
grid.
are you?
You just fill in the gaps. It's quite easy to fill in the gaps. You already have the main grid because of all these.
Zoom just
star
my
locations
internet connection just
for your
died, and
positions.
Zoom just fell over
Video on
and
that coming
brought
up.
itself back up and
Well, you still,
reconnected.
you're still here.
Okay, there's that.
Yeah, and chat disconnected. Everything's disconnected.
Yep. So
And I keep trusting that, don't I?
You'll see
Even
enough
though it's
about
not
that.
trusted.
that'll do. We've got some. What about real white holes on science sites on YouTube? Talking about white holes and black holes, but basically they're talking about
White holes?
the two
What?
forces. You've got a positive spinning down to the sun, and the
What's a
phase
white
negative
hole?
spinning.
Yeah.
up to
What's
the
a
sun.
white hole?
And there's videos on YouTube.
White hole is the opposite of a black hole.
Vortex.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
dry ice.
I didn't think it was that obvious,
You
Paul.
get the wind going. It's really cold down here, and the wind. You create your own vortex. You spiral. You get a tornado. And that's what they're doing because it's racing up to the heat. And this is what happens in the Antarctic Circle. It's spiraling up to the sun because the sun's been created. That's a spark. So it's always feeding itself. Once the spark's created, and then you're coming out of the tropics, coming down, is this other entity, which is hard to explain. This is why science can't get their head around at the moment. It's like the EMF coming out between the southern and northern hemisphere.
The
out of
EMF?
the tropics coming over and spiraling back down to the main centre vortex.
No,
Talking about
Well,
electrical magnetic
To
field.
create the sun.
No, that's not what
Negative,
EMF stands for. Jerry.
hot and cold.
no.
It's gonna work that way. It's high
EMF
and
stands
low
for
pressure.
electromotive force.
Boom, creates the spark, creates the sun.
The,
So, you know, if you've seen all this stuff
Yeah,
on
but he
internet,
just said
YouTube,
EMF, so
all the
we don't
evidence
know what he
of flat
meant
Earth,
by EMF.
you'd have to be a real idiot to think you lived on a spinning
well, I don't think he meant electromotive
People push the spinning
force,
ball.
but he might have done.
the average dodo. He doesn't know anything. He only knows what he got told at school. So he's gone out into the world knowing what they wanted him to know. That's all he knows, what they wanted him to know. So anybody wants to really grow up and educate themselves, they go out and search for the truth, and you'll find it. Nothing buried stays buried. Everything buried will be exposed. It says that in ancient texts. Whatever's hidden will be exposed. Seek and you shall find, all this sort of thing. Atmospheric moisture is Earth's resistor. When it comes to electricity, the electromagnetic field, the atmospheric moisture is Earth's resistor. The seawater with the salt in it is the capacitor. You can create energy from salt water and pure water. Glass of water. You create power. It's on the internet.
It's on the internet, is it? If it's on the internet, it must be true.
Come out of a dark place.
Don't put salt on your food, folks. You're creating a capacitor.
Yeah.
Come out of a dark place. Coming out of Egypt is coming out of a dark place. This is waking up. This is Israelites coming out of Egypt. It's those born again people who up in third eye, coming out of the dark place. We're born into darkness. You've come out. You've been enlightened. You now become a king, and you deserve a Katusha or a obelisk in your name. That's what it's all about.
Absolutely
The gates have
barking
been
mad.
opened.
Woof,
Scale away.
Woof woof bark bark growl. snarl.
woof, woof. That's my other dog
So-
impression.
Expression.
Coming up on, I've got a really good one on Set and
All
Horus.
right,
what it's
Matt.
all about
All right.
the battle between Set and Horus. Mind blowing. I've sort of dropped hints through other videos, but I'm going to spell it all out. Set and Horus,
love old
and
Paul.
He's brilliant, isn't he?
all this came about from the full lunar eclipse. Lunar
That's probably his
eclipse.
best
I'm
performance
still
in the
working on that sort
film.
of stuff. But you've got to realise every lunar eclipse and solar eclipse there's a third entity. The sun and moon aren't just shadowing. There's no Earth. That's still bullshit. It's nothing to do with Earth. The alignments, the moon and the sun. So the lunar eclipse, the full moon is always down and out. It's at perigee. It's always at perigee, no matter what science tells you. I saw on one site that full moon was 2.5 days. The lunar eclipse was 2.5 days. Oh, I can't remember, but anyway. The moon is always at perigee. At
I
full
made
moon,
it up,
down
but
and
I
out.
forgot it.
Closest to Earth.
Hey, Carl.
It's right up in the sun's face every morning. That's why you don't see it.
He was going to go somewhere
The sun
about
is
that, but
opposite
he
of the moon. The
didn't
skin-
quite
moon you
get
see
there.
is the cold side. It's
No.
turned away from the energy of the sun. So the sun's
I
facing
mean,
that way.
obviously,
Mhm.
obviously, the
Yeah,
lunar
that's what
eclipse
you meant.
doesn't always happen at perigee because we have things like an annular eclipse and a total eclipse. I mean, it happens at different stages in the orbit.
Yeah.
At least he didn't try to say like Riley did. There's an eclipse somewhere
every month.
every yeah.
Yeah.
Only they
Even
happen
if
over the sea and you can't see them.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, even if it doesn't happen over the sea, it happens in space, right?
If you want to go that far, Paul, then
The
that
sun's
would be
quicker.
a correct
As the sun's
statement.
coming off the
wouldn't
moon
it?
Yeah.
slowly over the month. It's forming a skin.
Well,
When the
well,
moon gets
wouldn't it be that there's an eclipse happening all the time?
Yeah, that's right. You just got to be in the right spot to observe it.
Yeah.
behind the sun, it's full moon, but it's wound its way down, so it's down here at full moon. We see them squashed up and looking like a flat plane, ecliptic plane. But, you know, an ancient text and Plato and all that, they're telling us it's down here. It's spiraled down.
Did he just elbow the whiteboard?
And then it spirals back up to the interface of the new moon. It dissolves. It's all energy. It's all quantum physics, positives and negatives and stuff. So the moon is always
What?
going to face the sun every new moon.
So apparently
It's a
quantum
feeding to the other
physics is
planet
just full of
that helps
positives and
neutralise.
negatives, right?
Yeah, okay.
That's it.
Oh, wow.
System, something that neutralises. Helps
Whoever
neutralise
knew
two
that
positives,
easy.
two negatives, whatever. And the same with the lunar eclipse. So you've got to remember the moon skin is the cool side away from the sun, not the opposite, not the other way around. That's how it all works.
The cool
What?
side of
What?
the sun.
It's not the opposite way around.
Did he seriously say the cool side of the sun?
I think so.
I think what?
Oh my god.
Earth for two negatives,
Yeah,
whatever. And the same with the lunar eclipse. So you've got to remember the moon skin is the cool side away from the sun.
Oh
Not
no,
the
cool
opposite.
side is away from the sun.
That's how it all works. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah,
Cheers.
good.
We,
Ah,
I
Oh,
guess
yeah.
we really, I guess we really need the
I mean, now I understand how they sent the Parker probe around the sun. They obviously must have aimed for the cool side of the sun.
well, yeah. I mean, it's like the team of Irish astronauts that are going to go and investigate the surface of the sun. They're going to arrive at night, so it's not so hot.
yeah,
That's a good idea.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So sorry to the Irish guys in the audience, but you know,
Well, you could always go and land on the back of the
had to
sun,
go-
right?
Yeah,
had to go there.
yeah. Go there at night time. Wouldn't be as hot. Have you got 20 or 10 questions, Paul?
Just 10. 10 hard ones.
10 hard.
And they're not so hard. They're not so hard today. So.
Okay,
We'll see.
we'll watch one more video, but we'll watch Wally,
Yeah.
which will lighten things up a bit.
Oh, thank God for that.
Paul, they're only hard if you don't know the answers.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
So just mumble just mumble amongst yourselves for 2 minutes while I go and
Rhubarb.
Rhubarb.
Oh, that Lindsay. And to think that was sped up.
Yeah,
That was 1.25 normal speed. I mean, bloody hell.
I could try to play him at chipmunk speed. It might sound funnier. Okay, who's got the crickets?
No.
Alan's on the soundboard.
It's impossible.
well, you know, dead air and all that crap.
Yeah.
I can't leave myself open mic'd while I'm doing a few things.
Oh, you're going to the toilet, Terry. Sound of Lindsay leaking. Yeah.
I'm gobsmacked. The clouds are starting to break up a little bit.
Ah,
Yeah, they're not over here.
No,
It's
no.
not. It's not raining, but it ain't. No, it don't look brilliant. Oh, there's some dark ones over there. No, sod it.
Daytime, nighttime.
Don't blame me for that one.
Well, who else are we going to blame?
Blame Dora.
What did Dora say? Something about nighttime or daytime?
Yes, she asked me she asked me if is it daytime or nighttime in the UK.
Oh, we got interlude music going. I nearly heard it.
oh, you want some interlude music?
Yeah, that was better than the dead air.
All right.
My-
Anyone
my
who can guess what the name of this piece is, go ahead. It's classical, of course. Bohemian Sonata. No.
Some asparagus.
I'm just waiting
I
for the
think
heavy
this-
metal guitar to come out.
Well, this is the alternate version to Van Halen's "Hot for Teacher."
Yes, Terce is right. It is in C minor.
Can we just start rattling off all the composers back in the day? Bach, Strauss, who else? Nobody even can guess the composer out there.
Come on, you've got to know this composer.
I only know a few.
Well, say a few then, Terry.
I said Strauss, Bach,
It's not Strauss. It's not Bach.
Mozart, and there's Mozart.
Not Mozart.
Is it Debussy?
Not Debussy. No.
It's not Jim Steinman.
Not Gershwin. No.
Jim Steinman wrote a rather incredible piece of classical music. I think it's called The Storm. Absolutely brilliant.
It sounds older.
Yeah, I ain't got a clue.
Starts with C.
Tchaikovsky.
That starts with a T.
That starts with a T, Terry.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Chopin.
Chopping.
Chopin, yeah.
Chopping, yeah. And he's chopping Chopin, yeah.
He's chopping out music.
Yeah, it was Chopin's Nocturne in C minor. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
There you go.
There was some Jewish guy.
Some Jewish guy.
Was his first name Charlie?
Charlie Chopin.
Oh, that's Chaplin. Sorry.
Yeah.
The Slug Dancer.
I was Chopining some wood earlier today.
What's that? Okay.
There you go. All right, so you're ready for a quiz, are you?
No. We're doing
We've got
Wally.
Where's Wally?
We're doing Wally, then
We've got a Where's Wally
then the
first.
quiz. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we got to have something a bit lighthearted to get away from
fair
Lindsay.
enough. Yeah. Something that makes sense.
And a moose bouche for the brain. A palate cleanser, but for the brain. Yeah.
Playing wood instruments makes you go blind.
Yeah, right.
What if it was a brass instrument?
Well, one shouldn't blow one's own trumpet.
Well,
Yeah.
that was the thing I was thinking of going to say after that. So you just took
You
mine.
should always get somebody else to do it for you.
Vivaldi. Yeah, I've heard of Vivaldi.
Don't they make cars?
Yeah, sounds like it.
Oh no, that's Albi.
Oh, okay.
Oh, g'day everybody, Where's Wally here? Well, me old mate Adam, he's been falsely claiming that my sub's been going down.
Oh, yeah.
You called everyone's bluff. Every one of your subs is bluff. Big in this demonstration
I know what that tank
of a
is.
large standing body of water, and all you've done is cite an article. No demonstrable science, no scientific measurement, nothing.
Oh, let me stop you there, Adam. So you're going to complain that I only supplied a reference, words only. Okay. First point, I actually supplied 4 from 4 individual places. And then again, how many have you supplied, Adam? I think that's a 0. So that would make you a... what's the word I'm thinking of? Oh, guys, help me out here. In comments, drop a... can you tell me what's the word for somebody who expects you to do something? In no way will they do what they are demanding of you. Oh, there's a nice word for it. If you can think of it,
That's
just
a
put it
keynote.
in the comments. I'm sure Adam knows exactly what the word is that I'm thinking of. Because it applies to him. I'm sure he's been told he's one of these many times before.
I've got very basic
I'll get
understanding.
the
so you
peanuts to
might
see if
have
they
to
can
bear
do that
with
out
me.
in our chat.
Sorry, pal. You're probably going to find your subscriber rate is dropping slowly because even your own real subs are realizing you're full of it, pal. You never
Douchebag.
deliver. You have to misrepresent,
That is a flirt, yeah.
defend ridiculous things like Airfix models, hairspray commercials. Lie constantly. Even your top boy, Simon Dan, is so stupid and deluded. Can't provide any science other than demonstrating how moronic he is.
Oh, I hear what you're saying, Adam, and it sounds like... wah. Look, I know he's just trying to wind me up, but as I think nearly all my subs know, Wally's going to have some electronics doing some tracking on this. A little while back, I made a little tracker which goes and scrapes YouTube every 20 minutes or so, takes my subs count, sticks it into a Postgres database, and here's the graph from that for the month prior to my appearance on Dan's last week. Going up by 10 is hardly losing subs, mate. Look, I know Flat Earth is a little bit of a struggle these days. It's getting a little bit boring for everybody, so I think that's doing all right. Anyway, Adam, an apology anytime will do fine. Or hashtag debate Wolfie.
I don't entirely know exactly what's going on.
The next video I had a little bit of an issue with was when he had a go at Mr. Sensible.
Was it the Verrazano Bridge, the towers, which are perpendicular but actually are further apart at the top than the bottom?
So our friend here, Captain Sensible, claims the Verrazano Bridge towers are not entirely plumb. They're not true all the way up. They're leaning back away from each other.
Now, the words of Mr. Sensible, referring to the towers of the bridge, he's saying that they are both plumb and diverging. What part of that sentence did you fail to understand, Adam? Seemingly both bits. So those towers, they are 221 metres high and 1,298 metres apart. Well, 41 millimetres further at the top than at the bottom, due to Earth curvature. Now, Adam makes a claim about the water curving under the bridge.
Never mind the fact that the water underneath the bridge will never show curvature, convexity upon its surface.
Well, can we test that, Adam? Can we be scientific? I know you can't. But, okay, so 1,298 metres? So that's a bulge of just 33 millimetres. Well, you know, it's less than a mile, dear boy, so that's less than 8 inches of drop if you're standing at one end looking at the other. Now, if the clearance there is 69 metres, and you want to see 33 millimetres, yeah, I don't think you're going to do it, mate.
I've got very basic understanding, so you might have to bear with me.
Okay, now the next one's going to be real fun. Adam's actually saying he's going to go and do some demonstrable science. He's going to go and get his crane pendulum thing going.
Well, I'll tell you what, Ian, especially for you, dear boy. Tomorrow, I'll take a compass up the crane, and when I've got a quiet moment, if it's not too windy, I'll point the crane directly south. I'll lower off over 100 feet of rope, and I'll highlight how absurd your spinning pantomime world is via an industrial, scientific, practical demonstration. And this is the fun bit. The results of that demonstration will prove how silly the globe is.
But you know what? I predict that the rope at the end, after several hundred feet down, is going to be dead still. Now, you know why I can say that with confidence? Because on either model, there is nothing that should make the rope swing around, save wind. And if Adam hasn't had beans for lunch, then the rope should be dead still, spinning ball or flat pizza. We wait to have a look at them. This should be fun.
I've got very basic understanding, so you might have to bear with me.
So that's 3 videos and 3 errors. You know what they say in baseball? 3 strikes and you're out. It's not a very good performance, but I guess none of his attaboys are going to pull him into line, are they?
I don't entirely know exactly what's going on.
And because Adam believes that cranes are the pinnacle of scientific endeavour, let's have a look at the Chinese launching their taikonauts to their CSS, the Chinese space station. And Adam, look at this. They put a crane there just for you. So I guess there's no way that you can question their launch facility now. Because look, it's got a crane.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. There's the booster kicking in. And liftoff. Just spectacular. The launch of Shenzhou 12 spacecraft heading to the Chinese space station. The divine vessel shipping away from its spaceport. Its destination? The Heavenly Palace. 3 astronauts on board the Shenzhou 12 spacecraft will be ferried to the core module of China's space station.
I've got very basic understanding, so you might have to bear with me.
And what was even better, Adam, is in the way of cranes, let's have a look at the spacewalk last night. These guys had to move their 700-pound roll-out solar panels from the storage bay around to where they're going to deploy it. And guess what? They've got a human element in the middle of the crane segment. Now, Adam, how are you going to ever do this in any way, anywhere, except in space? Crane, person, 700-pound load. Gee, mate. Interesting to see how you think this one's going to work.
Affixed to the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm, Thomas Pesquet holding the 750-pound IROSA solar array, the first of 6 such augmenting arrays that will be installed on the International Space Station to enhance the power capability for the complex for the rest of its lifetime.
I don't entirely know exactly what's going on.
The fourth error that Adam has been making this week is he's been saying that Wolfie is a part-time pilot, that he's had his wings clipped. Again, he's just going for the wind-up. But, I caught up with Wolfie the other day and he was flat out like a lizard drinking. Let's have a look.
So being a pilot has plenty of ups and downs, and one of the responsibilities we have as a full-time corporate pilot is to check the tyre pressures on the aircraft daily. So that's what I'm doing now. Now, being a true professional, I check all the tyres. You never cut corners, because that can affect the safety of the
like
operation.
the tyres.
And let's not forget the nose wheel.
Oh, that's brilliant.
All good. So that's another day's work completed. It takes it out of you, I tell you. I really wish I was part-time sometimes.
You ignore the real truth because of what you want to be true.
I fell for it as well, Elon.
That ended abruptly.
Yeah.
It did.
Elon had the last word in.
I do like him kicking the tyres.
And did he?
Yeah.
Did that level Earth observer say when he got on a crane and he was going to lower rope down? I thought cranes used
Yes.
cable.
They do.
So
They don't use rope.
that's what I picked up on. I thought, huh?
Which goes to show just how much he knows what he's on about. He's a bloody crane operator and he thinks they use rope. Blimey.
Okay. Okay, I'll get rid of that. Get rid of that. Oh, I've still got 3 videos left, but we can watch it a little bit after a little bit of a quiz.
Oh, yes.
He kicks the passengers or the wheels. No, he kicks the wheels, doesn't kick the passengers.
You kick the tyres, you light the fires.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, why did he take a compass up the crane? Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't figure that one out. What he was implying for that one.
Yeah, it'd be all right if you kick the passengers and check the passport of the tyres, hey?
Well, steel rope's called cable, Stewie.
Yeah. Rope's rope and cable's cable.
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah, can
Alan must remember.
you tag Alan out in the peanut gallery? Alan just wants to check.
Yeah. Internal chat, Ellen. All right, here we go.
Oh. Now for our general
not so
round of
hard
ignorance.
quiz. The not so hard quiz.
Drum roll.
All right. Yes, here you go. Question number 1. Historically, these people would eliminate their defilement by rubbing their bodies against a replica, which would then be thrown into the river. So who are we talking about? Not the Hindis, not the perverts.
Who says it's perverted? It just could be kinky.
Yeah.
I heard No Name come in earlier. Where'd he go? Oh, he's muted.
He's here. He's muted.
He's muted.
It's Big Blue.
He's muted.
Yeah, I'm driving. Sorry, guys.
Are you muted or muted?
A little bit of both.
I'm here.
Oh, here's Blue. Hey, Blue,
Not,
you missed
not
you
the
missed,
shakes.
you missed out on Lindsay. Sorry, Blue.
Okay, part 2 of the question. A girl as young as 5 was selected by divination and was prohibited from saying taboo words like blood or meat, while cloistered in a building for 2 years to perform rituals on behalf of these people. Who are these people? Not the Chinese, not weirdos, not Sikhs, not sheikhs. Not the Aztecs. Not the Vestas.
Okay.
Not the grind.
The grinders.
Grinders?
What?
Grinders. No. Okay. Part 3. An accession ordination ritual in which these people would take the tonsure is no longer part of the great rite of feasting, in which these people put on a heavenly robe of feathers and at midnight and again the following dawn offer rice and wine from different regions.
What are those people called?
I like Dave Cannabis's answer. The Fucknosians. Not the Jews. No. Come on. Not the Mesopotamians. That would be Mesopotamians. But
Yes.
no, not them. No.
Catholics.
The American Apache H-64s. No. not the God botherers. No. Japanese something. You're on the right track there, Carl Edwards. Unmarried daughters of these people, called Seo, serve as the chief priestesses at several shrines. Not the monks, Alan. No. The Japanese what? Not the Shinto.
What about blues?
Blues? Not quite. No, when a 6-year-old person of this type drowned, he lost an item that was ceremonially entrusted to these people, alongside a sacred jewel and a mirror.
Jehovah's Witness?
Not the Jehovah's Witnesses. No.
Jehovah.
Not the Disha. Not the nuns. Not the Ronins. No. Name these spiritual heads of the Shinto religion who are believed to be the direct descendants of Amaterasu.
God knows.
Looks like we're going to go to the visual clue for this one. Okay, there's your visual clue. This is a wedding of one of these people.
Really?
Not the geishas. Not the Buddhas. Carl Edwards, followed closely by incorrect spelling of Alan Edwards.
Alan Edwards? I didn't know we were related.
Yes, you are right, Carl and Alan. It was the Japanese emperors, the emperors of Japan.
Oh.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, I was going to say, I believe the Ainu are from the made up creation story of Tolkien for Middle Earth.
Yeah. Terry's answer, monkey.
Well, that was a TV show, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Do you know they've remade it? They've remade it.
Okay.
Yes. Not nearly as good as the 70s version.
It's fucking awful.
Yeah.
It's French.
What, French
Question
version?
two.
A French version of Monkey?
No, they've done a new version of
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, question 2. The writings of Dio Chrysostom invented an epitaph for a king of this name that mentions a maid of bronze. So it's a name we're after this time. A name. What was the name of this king? Not David, Alan. No.
King David.
Not King David.
Yeah, I've heard of this author, so I kind of got the. I think.
Okay. Though probably built for his father, a site usually called the tomb or tumulus of a king of this name was excavated by the Penn Museum in 1957 at Yashukavik. Not Xerxes. No. Not John. No. Not Khan, not Frederick, not Cophetua. Okay, third clue. The best known king of this name in the historical record is identified with a king of the Mushki who sponsored revolts against Sargon of Assyria. Not Frederick, not Alexander the Great. No. I must say we do have a correct answer. We have a correct answer in the peanuts.
Oh.
According to Strabo, a king of this name committed suicide by drinking bull's blood after losing a battle to the Sumerians. And we have a correct answer in the internal as well. Well done, farmer's boy. And first death. It is King Midas. The best known king of this name is recorded as the first non-Greek to make an offering to Delphi and was made king after fulfilling an oracle's prophecy by arriving on his father's wagon. In an Anatolian ruling dynasty, kings with this name alternated with kings named Gordius. Give the name of a historical Phrygian king who features in Greek mythology. It was King Midas. Well done.
The Midas touch.
Yes.
Everything turns to gold.
Yep.
As opposed to the Robert Maxwell touch where everything turns to shit. They did that to great effect on Spitting Image many years ago.
Yeah. Okay, question 3. It's not the study of stream flow or water quality, but scientists working in this field often solve generalized linear models using a software package named EGRET. What scientific field or study are we talking about? No, farmer's boy, it's not fluid dynamics.
Arse.
It's not flow dynamics. Louis Betancourt et al.'s paper, The Power of a Good Idea, applied statistical techniques from this field to study the physics community's adoption of Feynman diagrams in 3 countries.
Well, that's just made it worse.
You'll understand what that means when you know what we're
I'm
talking
sure.
about.
I'm sure.
Yeah. Not acoustics, not statistics. It's a kind of statistics, Irish stew, but it's got a special name. Difficulty in accounting for time-dependent confounding variables in this field led James Robbins, Miguel Hernan, and Babette Brumbach to develop marginal structural models which use estimators weighted by the inverse probability of treatment. That word treatment has specific value in a clue here. Not purification, not toroidal fields, not statistical computing, not hydrology. No. Come on, you're allowed second guesses in the internal chat.
I haven't got any more guesses.
In this field, the spectral radius of the next generation matrix can be used to compute the basic reproduction number, which gives the average number of secondary cases that result from an individual case. Now, this has got to start giving you a clue now.
No.
Science of homeopathy. No.
Homeopathy.
Yeah. Homeopathy, yeah.
Let's just keep diluting it and diluting it and diluting it. There you
Yeah.
go. Now take it. It'll do nothing at all.
The guy that was admitted to hospital because he forgot to take his dose of homeopathy medicine.
I think
we have Alan Evans and Dora New with the correct answer of epidemiology. Yes, in this field, compartmental models are used to simplify calculations of how quickly a vector of agent moves through a population. Name this field that studies the spread of diseases in populations. It is epidemiology. Well done, folks. See, we're getting to the answers before we get the final clue. So that's great. It's not that hard.
well, not if you know the answer.
Yeah. Okay, question 4. By deep sequencing 1,135 genomes from a Dutch cohort, Zernakova et al. Showed that though it is not produced by this system, chromogranin A levels inversely correlate with its function. What system of the human body are we talking about? I'll follow this up with a quick second clue. All right. In a 2011 metagenomic study, Pierre Bork divided humans into 3 types based on differences in this system that are completely independent of gender, age, and nationality.
Blimey.
Not blood types, no. Not colour vision, no. An affiliate of the Cleveland Clinic developed a blood test for heart attack and stroke risk, measuring trimethylamine N oxide, a compound mainly produced by this system. It's not eye colour. It's not Arabidopsis thaliana, whatever that is, Irish stew. It's not eye colour, no. It's not colour vision. Bicarbonate ions are exchanged for the short-chain fatty acids produced by this system in the crypts. Not liver stuff. You're not in the right organ.
Just taking a total punt.
Not the pancreas, farmers, no. Okay. Firmicutes and Bacteroides are the major constituents of this system. which modulates a bidirectional axis linking the central and enteric nervous systems. And the key word in that part of that clue is bacteroides. Not cholesterol, not diabetes, not kidney, not spelling. What system of the human body are we talking about? Not the neuroendocrine, not the lymph nodes, not genetics, not body build types. No. A side effect of antibiotic usage is disruption of this system, resulting in diarrhea. Come on, this has got to be a good clue, this one. What is it that antibiotics disrupts? What about the large intestine, Tess? What about the gastric system? I would take that as a correct answer, Alan, but there's another word for it. If you know what that other word is, I'd be impressed.
Oh, thanks. It took me a while to get to there.
It starts with micro. And the second part of it starts with B. Microbe. Yeah, the gut flora, Dave Cannabis. What's the correct word for it? Microraptor. No. Identify this commodity of microorganisms that occupy the digestive tract. What is it called? Does anyone know?
No.
Because
I would accept Carl Edwards' answer, actually. All right, that was one of the answers that I would accept. Microbiota or microbiome. All right. Microbiome was the answer I was looking for, but microbiota would be just as relevant, I think. Yeah.
I think the problem is we still get all the adverts on the TV, and they just talk about gut flora.
Yeah, that's
For
right.
the same thing. So it kind of gets stuck in your head that way.
Yeah, there's some of those fermented yogurt drinks that you can drink that are supposed to help with this, but I don't know about the efficiency of them. Yeah. They're expensive for what they are.
Yes. Yeah. What you mean, like slightly sour milk?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. You might as well just eat normal yogurt, right?
Yeah, and enjoy it.
Yeah, exactly. And pay less. Right. Question 5. They're not foodstuffs, but objects of this kind are sometimes taken out into the street during hackathon.
Whatever the hell that is.
Never heard of hackathon?
No.
Okay. Okay. The arrangement of 4 of these objects was the subject of a dispute between Rashi and his grandson, Rabbeinu Tam.
This is going to be bloody religion again, isn't it?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I ain't got a clue.
Not paddles. No. Not forks. No. You're a hint. It starts with S. Small objects of this kind are typically made of cloth, while large ones are traditionally made with gevel.
The hell are they?
Yeah, exactly.
What the hell's claff?
Yeah. They're not forks. They're not footballs. They're not bees. No. By an unrelated compromise between Rashi and Rabbeinu Tam, the casing of another of these objects is placed diagonally. Of course, that makes it much clearer, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, that really clears it up. I'm in no doubt whatsoever now. I haven't.
They're not domes. They're not bowls. No. They're not split skins. They're not four pillars. No. They're not hats. The casing for an object of this kind is frequently inscribed on the back with the name Shaddai, which is also formed when using a set of containers for these objects. How well do you know your religious artifacts? Not diamonds, not teapots, not bats or hats. Did someone say gerbil? No. Traditionally, one touches the casing of one of these objects and then kisses the hand that touched it. Those small objects of this kind are encased and attached to doorposts, while a different set of small ones are enclosed in black leather boxes that are bound to the head and right arm. We have a correct answer.
Oh.
I'm not saying where, but we do have a correct answer. Mezuzot and Turflin contain these objects, larger examples of which are stored in a synagogue's ark.
Yes. Now I know which religion we're talking about.
And you are right, Farmer's Boy. And congratulations to Farmer's Boy and Dave Cannabis. Name these objects from which the Torah is read during prayer. That should have given it away. It is scrolls. Yes. Scrolls. Well done, Dave Cannabis and Farmer's Boy. Question 6. Here, do you know your music history?
Gosh.
A drummer with his last name co-founded the band Damaronia as a tribute to his mentor, Tad Dameron.
What?
We're after a surname.
Damaronia. Who the hell are they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who are they? I'd be very impressed if someone got this from the first clue. We'll just wait a moment to see if our Stu gets this one.
Yeah.
He's into music.
He's well into music. I mean, I like the music, but bloody hell.
It's got to be, Carl Edwards says, not Smith. No, but it's just as common a surname. A swing-era drummer with this surname was known for his early use of brushes and the ride cymbal, as opposed to Gene Krupper's constant kick drum, and made up the All-American rhythm section alongside guitarist Freddie Green and bassist Walter Page.
Yeah, I think this is...
What's the surname?
This is well out of my time zone for music.
Okay. We have a correct answer in the internal chat.
This is well before my time.
Yes, Big Blue has come up with a couple of the names. He is 100% correct. Well done. I won't say because we'll give the Peanuts a chance.
Oh, yeah.
Another drummer with this surname was replaced by Jimmy Cobb in the Miles Davis Quintet just before the session for Kind of Blue. Come on, Peanuts. We've got a correct answer in the internal chat. No, not old enough.
Same here, hello.
Yeah, not Jimi Hendrix. No. A man with this surname was Count Basie's drummer through 1944. Not Starkey. No. Not Crupper. Another drummer with this surname played pounding timpani on the track Psalm and used a gong hit followed by cymbal washers to open the track Acknowledgement. We have a correct answer in the Peanuts as well. Congratulations to Clive Wells and Big Blue for Jones. The correct surname was Jones. That drummer with this surname played on John Coltrane's My Favourite Things and A Love Supreme. Give the surname of drummers Philly Joe, Papa Joe, and Elvin. And the correct surname was Jones. Well done to Blue and Clive Wells. Okay, question 7. A recent study by Ian Anson applies this effect to explain widespread political partisanship. It's an effect that we're after here. You all know what this effect is. You've just got to recognize it from the clues. That's stupidity. Yeah, that's one effect of this effect. We have a correct answer in the internal. Well done, No Name. Let's give the Peanuts a chance. The case of MacArthur Wheeler prompted the identification of this phenomenon when he was on trial for robbing a bank with his face covered in lemon juice in the belief that it would make him invisible.
Oh, yes, I've read about that.
Yeah. And yes, the Peanuts are onto it right away now.
Yeah.
Well done, Dave Cannabis and Iris Stew, and for No Name for giving the Dunning-Kruger effect. This phenomenon is described by one of its formulators as the anosogenosia of everyday life. And that means an unawareness of a mental illness that you have. In low ability people, this phenomenon occurs due to an error about self. In high ability ones, due to an error about others. Name this cognitive bias where people mistakenly assess their own competency at a given task. It is, of course, the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Ah, dear.
Of which most flirts suffer from.
They're all camped out at the peak of Mount Stupid.
Yep, absolutely. Question 8. A phenomenon named for this scientist is the observed decrease in electrical conductance at a small bias voltage of very small devices such as quantum dots. So we're after a scientist, a surname, a name. Not Schottky, no. This scientist names a form of constant mechanical damping in which energy is absorbed via sliding friction. This is something which you probably don't know that he's known for. He's known for something much more common. With Christian Otto Moore, this scientist developed a theorem for modelling the shear strength of soil behind a retaining wall. Again, something that he's not well known for. He's known for something else. Not Alexei Ekimov, no. I don't even know who that is. In SI units, this scientist's law contains a term of 4 pi epsilon naught and describes the inverse square electrostatic interaction between charged particles. Now, that should give it away to people like Alan Evans and Big Blue.
It should.
It's
But it
not
doesn't.
Newton. It's not Albuquerque, whoever that is. Come on, Clive. Yeah, this is you, Clive. You should know this one. Come on. It's got 4 pi epsilon naught in the equation. You should know this. Not Gauss, no. Not Maxwell, no. Name this French scientist who gives his name to the SI unit of electrical charge. Come on, that's got to give it away. Not Faraday. Alan got it. Correct. And Dora knew. Correct. There's the law. It is Coulomb. Okay, question 9. According to one Monty Python sketch, it's just gone 8 o'clock and time for one of these things on top of your television set to explode. What is it? Come on, I'm expecting those Monty Python freaks to know what this one is from the first clue.
There you go.
You are correct, Farmer's Boy.
Of course I am.
Well
I know
done.
my Monty Python.
Well done. You do know your Monty Python.
Oh yes, I remember the sketch. It's two of the when they dressed up in drag, they were called Pepper Pots.
Yeah.
They were invariably listed in the script as Mrs. Pepper Pot.
It's not a comfy chair and it's not a herring, Dora. No. It's not the antenna. No.
What time is
it? Yeah. Another sketch shows these animals to have a higher IQ than BBC program planners, but a lower one than Bushmen.
Yeah. Yeah. Sounds about
Not a
right.
biscuit, not teapots, not pineapples. No, not a biscuit. Not a clock. First Death has it right. Well done. Farmer's Boy got it almost immediately. In the Father Christmas letters, a squad of these animals arrives in 1940 to help Father Christmas fight the goblins. All right. One of these animals, called Nils Ole, holds the rank of brigadier in the Norwegian army, has been knighted and is colonel-in-chief of the King's Guard, though he lives in Edinburgh Zoo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Perhaps the most famous of these animals has friends of other species named Robbie and Baju and goes, newt, newt. You should know who it is by now. And this clue would definitely give it away. Name this type of bird exemplified by Pingu.
Paul, you forgot. They guard the ice wall.
And
They
there
guard
they
the
are.
ice wall.
There's the two Pepper Pots, and one says,
Yeah.
"Oh, what time is it?" And I think the TV switches on, and the presenter says, "And now it's time for the penguin on top of your television set to explode."
Yeah.
And then it promptly explodes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And the correct answer is a penguin. Well done, Farmer's Boy. All right.
I mean, as a matter of course, I had to get that one right.
You did. That was an easy one. Yeah.
It was for me.
Yeah. Question 10. In one subdiscipline of this area of mathematics, one mathematician said of a conjecture, "I am ready to cut my head off if this does not work," to which Castellnuovo replied, "I don't think that would prove it either." What branch of mathematics are we talking about?
Penguin. Oh, no, it's not penguin this time. Bugger.
I think this is one. I think this is the one for Clive Wells, isn't it?
Quite possibly, yeah.
No, this should be a fairly easy one for most people, actually. Not statistics, no. Yeah. One book in this field. Yeah, one book in this field titled, for an earlier mathematician, "Freed of Every Flaw," was rediscovered by Eugenio Beltrami, who with Klein names a model used in this field. Now that should give you a clue. Not topology, not calculus, not algebra, not mathemagic. This is something that flat earthers are notoriously bad at. Moore and Moore independently proved that one of David Hilbert's 21 axioms for this field was redundant. Not algebra, not calculus, not sets, no. Not trigonometry. But we do have a correct answer in the peanuts. And it's not everything. Chever's theorem and Cavalieri's principle are both results in this branch of mathematics in which mathematicians had earlier failed to prove a fifth postulate about parallel lines.
Yeah, well, that gives it away.
That kind of gives it away, doesn't it? Dora New with geometry, and Clive Wells with geometry, and Farmer's Boy with geometry. Well done. Now, in this study of shape and space studied by Euclid, it was geometry. There you
I got it first.
And that was the quiz for today. Well done, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Penguins.
I only got the end of it.
Yay.
Penguins.
Exploding penguins, yeah.
Exploding penguins.
There you go.
Oh, thank you, Paul.
Carl Edwards always says my brain hurts. I think he says that after every quiz.
Oh. Doesn't mean it's not true.
Yeah, that's right. Either his brain's always hurting or my quizzes make his brain hurt.
Yeah. I think it's your quizzes.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes my brain. It makes my brain hurt, but my brain always hurts anyway. So
who's Blue talking to?
No name.
Oh.
Why? What did I do?
You said you got it first. I thought of it before you did.
Oh, just because you thought of it first doesn't mean you was quicker on the draw.
Doesn't make any difference. I thought of it first.
Yeah, you can't
So
dispute.
just
you
do what I
can't
said.
dispute that. Yeah, you can't dispute.
Okay,
that you
fair,
thought of it first.
fair enough. I spelled it the way old what's his name, Brian Mabbitt says it. Geometry.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, well, if that's the spelling of it, then I agree, No Name. You did get it first.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I spelled it phonetically the way a lot of flat earthers say it, you know.
Yeah.
Geometry.
Yeah. And they are very bad at it.
Oh, it's close. I just stuttered.
Yeah. The worst at it is Bev. And of course, that's all he talks about.
Yes. Yeah. Bev is a He's 10-10 on the Dunning Cruiser chart.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, it's a shame it's a chart that goes up to 100 in the x-axis, isn't it?
I reckon me and Blue will go better in this if this quiz had more engineering and carpentry questions.
I'll put some in next week then, Terry.
I think it needs more Monty Python questions myself.
More Monty Python. What do you reckon, Nene? More? What's your speciality?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe the early careers of adult film stars. I don't know. It seems very specialized. You know, I mean, it's a fringe topic. It's growing. It's a growing field, though.
What?
A lot of interest.
How did Alan ruin it?
What?
Dora just put, Alan ruined it. I have no idea why.
Yeah. Please explain.
What did I do?
What have you been ruining this time, Alan?
I don't know.
And you can't
Shame on you.
And you can't have any plain questions, Paul.
What about tanks?
I can't have tanks either, I don't think.
Okay.
I mean, we can't have cars then either.
Watch that Where's Wally video, and as soon as it came up, we go, oh God, I know what that tank is.
Yeah, okay. What is it then?
Yeah, it's a French Char 2B they used at the start of the Second World War.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We haven't got any over here, but the French have got one that's running, and they brought it over here to Bovington a couple of years back. And every time Matey Boy pulled away, it blew 3-foot sheets of flame out of the exhaust. It's very impressive. It's a fair-sized bit of kit as well.
Well, I want to know why poor Isaac Butterfield tried to get cancelled.
Well, you know how people without a sense of humour don't like him.
Okay, A, B, or C. We've got
4.
Flat Earth failed with Simon, and Blue got how LIGO demonstrates Earth curvature, and a bit of Isaac. That's a brilliant video. Laugh a lot. What about tanks? B, B, B. What? B for Simon Dan. How did you know Simon Dan was B?
Might not be.
Well, I don't cheat, so. Because that's what ended up being for B.
Well, there you go. Just a coincidence.
They can't see my screen.
No.
You're lucky I don't charge the swear jar for internal chat, you guys. That's bending the rules.
English pound for every Flat Earth Fail compilation I'd released so far, then I'd have 24 English pounds. That didn't sound as impressive as I thought it would.
That won't get you far.
Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Flat Earth Friday with me, Simon Dan. Thank you very much for joining me. Yes, it's Flat Earth Fail compilation time yet again, and this month I bring you episode 25. That is a monumental amount of failure, isn't it? But before we get into that, a quick thank you to the sponsors of today's videos, Morning Brew. Before I subscribe to Morning Brew, my mornings were
the harness is coming away.
Level Earth Observer, who apparently is going to debunk the ISS again. This should be interesting.
I start the weekend by debunking the ISS. 2 points of reference would I make here. One is top and 2 just above it. Essentially the top being the anchor point. where the harness is coming away, and of course just above it where the second arrow is,
somebody
pointing
might
at
not have seen it.
some remnants of the harness itself, which I think they faded out.
No,
But at a
Zebulon, he
certain
didn't
point,
do any dirty
we can see
drawings
it giving the
today.
game away. We'll watch the clip in normal speed, and then I'm going to zoom in and slow it down so we can see it in all its glory.
Oh, here we go. Yet another harness clip from the Flat Earth team. They've tried and failed with pretty much every single one of these in the past, but this one, I bet you, this one is different.
So bear with me, pay particular attention obviously to those 2 points of reference, okay? Remember our mate here, he's coming down, of course, and you remember the 2 points of reference, okay? Normal speed.
It's nice and quiet as well.
Did you see it?
No.
Once more, normal
No,
speed.
you don't see
bear with me.
anything.
It's nice and quiet as well.
And now we'll go super slow-mo.
Oh wow, super slow-mo. Awesome.
Just to remind you, the 2 points of reference. And now super slow motion. Look at it, see it?
See a
And you'll see
shadow.
it on the other
That's all
side
all
now
you
for
see is a
briefly.
shadow
See?
against the
There's some
shiny
weird
surface.
interaction going on there.
Well, if it's on the other side of
Yeah,
it all of a
reflection, that's
sudden,
all.
which looks the same sort of place as the other harness wire,
Nah,
then
he's
isn't it more
talking
likely
about
that this is
little,
some sort of
part of
artifact
his
in the
shirt up
video?
on his left shoulder
And again,
that
it's on
sticks
loop.
up when he comes
Here
down.
he comes again. Remember the
Looks
2
like it's
points of
snagging
reference,
off
and
something.
there it is. See it? Again.
Oh, the way his shirt. Oh, that's right. His shirt. Well, his left shoulder
You can
does
see
it.
it on the
Right
other
shoulder
side, some
doing
weird,
the same
where
thing.
they've almost phased it out.
Yeah,
And again,
I think it's the
There it
rumple
is.
in the shirt plus the reflection in the glass screen behind
One of
it.
the worst places to attach a harness that is taking the full body weight of a human is the shoulder. You just wouldn't do it. That is purely a crease in his shirt and an artifact in the video. That is it.
he doesn't look comfortable doing this either, to be fair. I can't say I blame him. It's become that obvious and that much of a charade at this point in time. See if I can catch it. Oh, a bit slow. Come back. You can see it there, look. In all its glory. The top's pulled up and right above it, you can see like artifacts of what is the harness. So blatantly obvious and busted at this point in time.
Imagine being a fully grown man that spends his time looking at clips from space and trying to catch NASA out. All the time being debunked after every single video you release. That is LEO.
Look. And again. Once more. ISS debunked via a harness failure. Terrible stuff, fella.
He's even convinced himself. Amazing. Right, next up is a channel called Gannon, who has shared a video from DITRH legend David Weiss. He's talking about flight paths again, and not very well again.
Yeah. Here's the globe on the right here. This is Buenos Aires, big city, and here's Cape Town, big travel spot. 4,276 miles on the globe. This is how a plane should fly, and it should take maybe 9 hours. If the plane's going 500 miles an hour, it should take less than 9 hours, but it doesn't. They go all the way up to the north, and then all the way back down.
He is, as far as I can tell, correct on this one. There doesn't appear to be any direct flights from Buenos Aires to Cape Town. But that doesn't mean the Earth is flat. It's more likely that there's not enough interest for a flight between those two cities, and maybe more Europeans are travelling to those cities, hence why there is a stop in Europe.
And it takes 29 hours, okay? Because we're not right here. If you have to go on the globe, you have to go all the way up here and then all the way back down.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
It makes no sense whatsoever.
Apart from commercial sense, maybe?
So, if you wanted to go from Buenos Aires, major city, to Perth, major city, plenty of people want to fly. They can fill an airplane. No need to go pick up people in North America. This would be the fastest trail, but what's wrong with this trail? We could disturb the migrational path of the penguins. By flying an airplane at 45,000 feet over Antarctica where the penguins couldn't hear it or see it.
This one is more of a safety thing. If for whatever reason a plane has to do an emergency landing, there probably isn't a worse place on Earth to do one than Antarctica. Even in the middle of a sea, a ship could pretty much reach you. Antarctica, you're stuffed. Additionally, due to the magnetic field emanating from the poles, this could cause some interference with the plane's instruments. And lastly, again, it makes little commercial sense.
Okay, so the shortest route would be, the next route would, you can go around either side of Antarctica, right? That way you won't disturb the penguins,
Right,
the emperor
that's right.
penguins, please. Okay, so but the real
course,
route
there's
these
only
planes
two
take
airlines
is
that could
this.
fly that.
They go from here,
That's
from
Qantas or
Buenos Aires. They either stop in Miami or Houston, then they stop again in Los
yeah.
Angeles, then they go to
Area.
Sydney, and then they go to Perth. Or they go the other way to Europe, Singapore, and Perth. Takes like 26 hours for that flight. Why don't they just cut 3/4 of that distance off and cut across the bottom?
Does he understand how connecting flights work? This isn't the same plane stopping, letting people off and on again and then carrying on. Some people on the flight may be just going to the US, some maybe just to Sydney, etc., etc.
The word
NASA is in charge of all the
cabotage.
plane routes. They're in charge of all the world GPS.
Nope, both statements wrong. The Department of Defence control the GPS system, and the flight operators plan their own routes based on no-fly zones and travel corridors.
Right, they're controlling the lie, right? And they have sophisticated programs. I used to say most pilots don't know, but most pilots do know the Earth is flat. They just don't talk about it because they get fired if they do. Here's the book. This book is an amazing book. You can buy it on Lulu. It's like a coffee table book. If you want to, I think it's like $40 or something.
$40 for that?
I have the color version. It's amazing. But it's also free online. You can download the PDF. And there's 16 landings that he documented that make 0 sense on a Glober.
We'll get the PDF and debunk the hell out of it. Right, moving on, we're going to take a look at a channel called Burn Fat Till My Stomach Is Flat as the Earth. Not even joking.
That's a long
They have
name
a
for
video
a channel.
out about Mars. Let's take a look. So this guy wants to know if we can use trigonometry to find planets. Absolutely.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. This is why trigonometry is shit and you can't measure the stars.
He's literally saying trigonometry is bad. Amazing.
You know, you can see the light up there and you think, oh, if I measure this and triangulate that, we could come out with the answer. You could come out and you could come out with an answer, but how do you know it's going to be the right one? It's a star. It just looks like, you know, it looks like a light in a dark place. It could be anything.
It could be, but it's not, because we've taken photos of stars that are outside of our solar system. Here's Betelgeuse, a star over 600 light years away.
Let's have a look.
What's he trying to do?
Oh wow, what's that?
Christ knows.
Is that the red planet?
Don't know.
It does look... Could be
No.
a red planet. Looks quite far away, doesn't it?
Oh,
What is he doing?
Yeah, I can't figure out what
See,
he's
I
doing.
wonder what that is. Let's try and zoom. Oh, well, it does look like a star. Wow. Let's use trig and find out where that is.
You need another point of reference, buddy. Not sure you really know how trig works, do you?
Let's use trig and find out how far that is, shall we? Or shall we simply turn the light on and see my spy hole? Yes, that's right, it was my spy hole.
I'm actually more concerned that you've got a spy hole rather than that trick you've just pulled, which, by the way, was complete nonsense. Because we aren't looking through a spy hole when we look at the stars, are we?
Makes you think, doesn't it? Can we really use trigonometry to measure stars? I don't think so. Not unless we have a base
I'm
concept
kind of
where
old,
it is
that's
to
for
start
sure.
with.
Well, then we wouldn't need to use trigonometry then, would we, genius?
That's trig debunked. Well, not trig debunked, but stars debunked. Measuring stars debunked by using trig. I thank you very much.
Doesn't even know what he's debunking. Massive, massive fail. Finally, we're going to take a look at our old friend Taboo Conspiracy, who's making a series of videos called Flat Earth Facts. I know. We're going to look at his fact number 5, making space seem real. Away you go.
According to NASA, there were no pictures of the Earth from space from 1972 until 2015. 43 years without a photograph of the Earth from space. Quoting Robert Simon, who is NASA's lead visualizer, NASA's website reads, "The last time anyone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit that showed an entire hemisphere, one side of a globe, was in 1972 during Apollo 17. We'll talk about the fake Apollo moon missions later, but 43 years is still shocking to most people."
Is it? That photo was taken by Apollo 17. Apollo 17 was the last time we went to the moon. It was the last time that we were far enough away to take a photo of the entire Earth. It's not surprising.
And in fact, this is the 2002 Blue Marble.
No human has taken a photograph of the whole of the Earth since that photograph in 1972, because no human has been above low Earth orbit in that time.
Correct.
Yeah.
Now, we do have satellites out there that can now take whole hemisphere photos. We've got Himawari and a couple of the GOES satellites that can do it.
Yeah.
But it's not a person going and taking a photograph. That is a satellite taking a photograph automatically and then sending it back to us via a data link.
Yeah.
It hangs in.
I mean, it's still a photograph, but it's,
Yeah, it's not a person that took the photograph, though.
Exactly.
And was even the wallpaper on your iPhone. It certainly looks real, and most people would think it is, but it's admittedly a fake image created by NASA. According to NASA, then we wrapped a flat map around a ball. My part was integrating the surface clouds and oceans to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space.
Okay, they made the Earth look prettier, if that's even possible, but it doesn't mean that it's fake. Look at this image here. It's been photoshopped, but the image itself is real.
That ball became the famous blue marble. So this phony globe was designed to match people's expectation of how Earth looks from space. Yet it looks as real as anything produced by NASA. In fact, faking space seems to be an admitted NASA standard, according to Wired magazine in this article titled "How NASA Visualizes Stunning Worlds."
What's that, Nano?
Oh, I was just asking Blue how it felt to be famous.
Oh. You didn't get no credit for that.
Without really seeing them, making space seem real.
Yeah, but that's the stuff really far away from us, vastly far away from us, where we don't have cameras.
Images sure don't come straight out of Space Telescope looking press release ready. Each visualization is the result of artists and planetary scientists collaborating to convert blips on a data readout into something that looks like a planet, all while remaining scientifically plausible.
Taboo Conspiracy probably has no idea what a radio telescope is. Here is an unaltered image from a radio telescope. No one wants to see that, do they?
Making space seem real.
Hang on, just a sec. Even that is a visualization from a radio telescope. Because you can't look through a radio telescope and just see an optical image.
Yeah, because it's not an optical telescope.
You know, it is just. I mean, radio telescopes tend to be somewhat different to cameras that are recording in the visible spectrum, mostly because the wavelengths are so much longer that they have to be so much bigger. But yeah, I mean, essentially you're just getting a series of digital values based on the signal strength at a particular point in time, based on the direction the damn thing's pointing.
expectations.
So,
Scientifically plausible. I don't care how you whitewash it. This isn't science at all. This is propaganda designed to make you believe in outer space.
For what gain, though?
After the admitted 2002 Blue Marble fakery, NASA claims that they took an actual photograph of the Earth from space in July 2015. That's the first alleged photograph in 43 years. Here it is. Of course, this alleged 2015 photo doesn't look much different than the admitted fake globe image of 2002. NASA artists can admittedly create fake images of the Earth that look real, and so why would anyone believe this one is real?
Because normal people aren't conspiracy-driven YouTubers like you, buddy.
If flat maps can be wrapped around a ball to create a fake globe, then why couldn't they even wrap weather radar data onto a globe in real time? That's exactly what they do. But let's take this
too
first
damn
supposed photograph
complicated.
in 43
Yeah.
years, rotate it, and zoom
Not in
in.
real time.
The word sex is spelled in the clouds.
Is it?
Yeah, right.
It's a bit of a stretch. You really see what you want to see, don't you?
What's even more strange is the fact that it closely resembles a Greek 666. You know, the mark of the beast from Revelation.
Can barely
Oh, that
make out
tricky little
whatever it is.
beastie. Again, this isn't cherry-picking one of
They
thousands
are
of images.
obsessed, man.
This is the first supposed photograph of the Earth from space in 43 years, and it just so happens to have either a sex or a Greek 666 spelled in the clouds. Regardless, NASA's admitted standard of fakery to making space seem real is enough for any sensible person to reasonably doubt anything produced by NASA and its subsidiaries.
No, it's not. It's understanding what the public wants to see. As an amateur astronomer, I know that it isn't always stunning shots. I once took a photo of the Orion Nebula through my telescope. It was a white smudge. I was disappointed. I wanted to see this staring at me from my eyepiece. Your personal incredulity here, Taboo Conspiracy, is literally pouring out of this video. Sort it out, please. Huge fail. Right, there we go. Another 4 massive fails for your consumption in another Flat Earth fail compilation. Always love a good compilation, and as we've hit number 25, I will ask it again. Do we continue this Flat Earth fail compilation series on, or do we stop here whilst we're on top? There's a poll on my Twitter, the link's in the description. Go and check it out and vote now. Thank you all very much for watching today. It really is appreciated. If you enjoyed it, then please do like this video. Subscribe as well, please, if the feeling takes you. Thanks again once more to Morning Brew for sponsoring today's video. Please remember to click the link in the description to subscribe to Morning Brew today. I've been Simon Dan. Have yourselves a great weekend, and I'll see you all on Tuesday for some young Earth proof, would you believe it? See you then.
Stop while you're getting on top. That's a fallacy. You know, with flat Earth, it's like any mountain climbing. You just crest one peak to find that there's another peak ahead of you that's way taller.
Yeah. Oh, I used to hate that.
Yeah.
Hill walking in the Lake District.
Yeah.
Look, the top. Oh,
that adequately describes going up Ben Nevis in Scotland.
Yeah, and Scarfell Pike. Oh my God.
Yeah, Scarfell Pike's not quite so bad, but Ben Nevis, ye gods, every time you come around a corner, it's like, no, come on, let's keep going. Just never stopped.
Yeah, but I think you can cheat on both Ben Nevis and Snowdon, can't you?
You can cheat on
both. They not both got right. Oh no, there's a building at the top of Ben Nevis, though, isn't there?
There's a collapsed weather station that you haven't been able to use for I don't know how many years.
Okay.
I've
never actually done Ben Nevis.
Done it once, never again. There's nothing up there. Scarfell, when you get to the top, there's several sort of open topped, like stone circles. You know.
Yeah, you mean sheep pens?
Yeah, and you can sit down
Sheep
inside them
pens.
if the weather's against you and get out of the weather. And then of course
A little bit.
it's actually got a cafe at the top.
Yeah.
Because it's got a little railway line going all the way up to the top.
Yes, my son used to work up that way ish in an outdoor pursuit centre.
Yeah.
And they would all pile down there first thing in the morning and get the first train up with the bikes.
Yeah.
And then come hurling down really quickly.
I've I've walked up Snowdon twice, and the third time we took a train up almost all of the way, and that was our intention, to take the train up and walk down. But unfortunately, the top of the mountain was in cloud, and they stopped at the stop beforehand, and we said, well, there's no point walking up to the top because it's in cloud. You won't see anything. You know, there's no point going all the way to the top of the view because you're inside a bloody cloud. So we just got out of the train and walked back down again.
Typical Britons talking as if these mountains are something of significance or something.
Well, on a global scale, no, they're not. But it's all we've bloody got. So
yeah.
I have climbed the 3 highest mountains in Britain, and I didn't do them all in 24 bloody hours. I can tell you that much.
I can tell you something else. The mountains, the mountains in Britain, especially the Snowdonia, the Lake District, and the Scottish Highlands, are some of the most dangerous mountains in the world.
Oh, people die on them, yeah.
Because lots of people die on them regularly because people
they're idiots.
Well, yeah, basically because they're idiots, because they don't dress appropriately, they don't take the appropriate equipment.
Yeah.
It's a nice sunny day, so they start walking up there in thongs and shorts and a t-shirt.
Yes.
And they get to the top, and it starts raining, and they can't see, and they get lost, and they die of hypothermia.
Yep. Yeah, no, it happens quite regularly. Yeah, people will go and climb these mountains in the worst of conditions. Mainly because they don't realise what it's like near the top. When we did Ben Nevis, we did it one Easter, and we had to wait a few days because it kept raining. And eventually the weather cleared up, and we thought, oh, right, it's nice. We can now devote a day to doing it.
Yeah, but you Britons die of heat stroke when it gets to about 25 Celsius, don't you?
Yeah,
of course we do.
Of course we do. Well, we are adapted to the climate we live in. But when we did Ben Nevis, as we started going up, people were going past us. They'd got crampons and all sorts of things hanging off the rucksacks. It's like, what the fuck have they got all that for? And it wasn't until we got to within, I don't know, maybe sort of 500 feet of the summit or whatever, you walk because the trail zigzags, obviously. And you walk past, you come around this dirty great big rock that must have been 15, 20 foot tall. And you could see it was, the rest of the climb, it was snow that had been there all winter. It was fucking ice. It was 2 steps forward, 1 step back. It's like, that's why they've all got crampons.
Yeah, I mean, I can remember doing my Gold Duke of Edinburgh Award expedition in the Lake District, and we went up. We came up and over the Langdales into the Langdale Valley for our last night's camping, and coming out of Ambleside, people kept asking us if we were the mountain rescue team because we were out for 4 days.
Yeah.
So we've got rucksacks and food and stuff. And tents and sleeping bags and rope.
Yeah. And
we're wearing decent boots and all the correct kit. And it's like, they're just walking around they're walking along in t-shirts and shorts and like, no, we're not. But if you do get really badly stuck up there, yes, we will bring you down. Yes, we will bring you down.
Yeah, you've got to be prepared because the weather at the bottom of one of these little mountains can quite often be nothing like what it is near the top. It's the weather can change so quickly.
And even when you've got map, compass, and all the other stuff, it's easy to get lost on the tops of some of these hills because all there is stone.
Yes.
And it's really easy to mistake how far you've gone, and especially if you're going to do right fork here, left fork there, and you've missed the first left fork, and then you take the right fork, and then you're going down the wrong side of the damn mountain to where you want to be,
and then you'd be forked.
Yeah. At which point you go, okay, I guess we better walk that way and just follow this elevation line. And there are no cliffs between us and where we need to be, so that's fine. We can just walk. As long as we don't gain height or lose height, we can swing round and then we can hit where we should be, and then we can descend to where we need to be to go camping.
No, we did
I
have
thought the highest spot in the Netherlands was like 300 meters or so, isn't it?
Yeah. Below sea level.
I mean, at least we, well, England can't, but at least we can just about make 1,000 meters in the UK.
Probably the highest peak I've climbed is Kilimanjaro.
Yeah, we
that was
can't
a challenge.
compete with that.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, we're nowhere near that.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Dora, 315 meters.
Yeah.
Well, that's like Scarfell Pikes is 998 meters. It's really annoying.
Yeah, it's so very nearly there.
Yeah.
You can actually, on a good day, I think the first time we did Scarfell, I think we got up there in an hour and a half.
Oh no, we walked in from the Langdales, didn't we? So we took the long way round.
Yeah, we parked up at the bottom near where that pub is. It does brilliant meals. It's absolutely spot on. When you come back down, all you want to do is sit down, have a pint, and have something to eat. That's bang on.
Yeah, that's the problem with Scarfell is there's short routes up it, and there's some bloody long ones too.
Yes. Yeah, we took the short route up and the longer route down.
Yeah. Oh no, we took a long route up and a long route down. It literally took us all damn day.
Yeah.
And then we had to drive back to Oldswater before we could cook dinner.
Ah. Nope, here we go.
Yeah, a bit of learning this time.
Oh yes, there's a bit of learning in this one, yeah.
Yeah, well, we have heard about this on the Flurf debating about it, you know, how it worked and whatever. But this should shed some light on things.
Aha.
Yeah, this has the Flurfs all pissed off.
Good.
Well, yeah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Blue Marble Science. Today we're going to take a look at LIGO and how it demonstrates Earth curvature. Now, for those of you that aren't familiar, LIGO is the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory. No wonder they just call it LIGO. There's actually two of these
Yeah, this is a
machines.
bit of a mouthful.
One is located near Livingston, Louisiana, and the other is in Hanford, Washington. Now, these things are enormous interferometers. The arms on these interferometers are about 4 kilometers in length. They have a maximum deviation from straightness in inertial space of about 5 millimeters RMS. That's exceptionally straight for a device this size. This is a satellite view of the Livingston site. This arm is identified as the southwest arm, and it extends 13,100 feet. That's about 2.48 miles or 4 kilometers. The second arm also extends 13,100 feet, and it's referred to as the southeast arm, and it forms a nearly perfect right angle with the first arm. The laser beams are fired through tubes that are about 4 feet or 1.2 meters in diameter. And those tubes are made out of stainless steel, and they're held at a vacuum level of about 10 to the minus 9th torr. So in addition to being some of the straightest things we know of, these vacuum tubes are also some of the largest vacuum chambers we have on Earth. But we're not really interested in the tubes or the lasers for the purpose of this discussion. This is one of the arms at the Livingston installation. And what you're looking at is the concrete enclosure that houses the laser tube. Inside it looks like that. This is the laser tube itself, the vacuum tube. But notice that this tube sits on a concrete pad, as does the outer concrete shell. And it's that concrete pad that we're interested in. Here we see some cross-section views of the arms. And you can see the outer concrete enclosure shown right there. That's the laser tube, but what we're really interested in is this concrete pad. You see it again here and in the picture on the left. And the elevation of that pad has to closely match the requirement for the tube itself. So if we know the elevation of that pad, we'll know pretty much what the elevation of the tube has to be. You can see here the adjustments that were provided to allow the elevation of the tubes to be set properly. If you go to the website you see listed, and I'll have a link to that in the description, you'll see this page. And if you go to the tab that says Civil, right there, and click on that, you'll get a list of these drawings. Now the one we're going to look at,
I think I was doing this in one of the Hangouts the other day before you made this video, Blue, because I remember going through it all and posting the images in the side chat of the drawings and the schematics.
yeah, it's I think everybody's seen it.
Yeah.
It's not hard to find. All you got to do is type in LIGO.
Yeah.
LIGO drawings or LIGO as-built drawings.
It's only
and
hard
that will
to
determine
find
whether.
if
Yeah, that only determines whether it comes up first, third, or fifth on the list.
Yeah.
But it's readily available and always has been.
unless your name's Brian Leakey. Because he said yesterday, we haven't been able to find these drawings. And I thought, hang on a minute, open up the Google tab, LIGO, as-built drawings. Click, the very first link I got to was this one.
Yeah.
These have only been, I reckon these have only been here a week or two ago. Yeah, last updated over 20 years ago, I think.
It is drawing LA-C-001 Rev 2. And it looks like this. You idiot.
What'd you do? Did you read the wrong one?
Yeah, I read the number wrong. I said 001. I didn't feel like going back and re-rendering the friggin' video for that. You'll notice on these drawings that you'll find a key plan right down here in the lower right corner. And that key plan tells you what section of which tube you're looking at. That cross-hatched section is what this drawing pertains to. So you can see this drawing starts at the vertex, goes out 1,400 feet, and it gives us elevations every 100 feet. So if we go through the drawing set, we can pick out these elevations. For the southwest arm, the elevation at station 0 is 64.12 feet. At station 6500, the elevation is 63.00 feet. And at station 13,100, the elevation is 64.09 feet. And the same thing applies to the southeast arm. In a separate document titled Precision Alignment of the LIGO 4-kilometer Arms using Dual Frequency Differential GPS, and I'll leave a link to that in the description as well. On page 8, you'll find a paragraph that describes the plane that these two arms form. And it essentially is telling us that that plane is tangent to the WGS-84 model at some point within the triangle formed by the two arms. Now, I've assumed that that tangent point is somewhere near the center of the southwest arm, and I'll show you why. This is the satellite view of the LIGO arms again, and this is the information, the elevation data that we got from the as-built drawings. When we plot that data On this satellite view, it looks like this. Now notice on the southwest arm that the two end elevations of 64.09 feet and 64.12 feet are very nearly identical. The center elevation, however, is about a foot low at 63 feet. That makes perfect sense if the plane formed by the two arms of LIGO is tangent to the WGS-84 somewhere near the center point of that west arm. Obviously, that does not form a straight line on a flat Earth, but it makes perfect sense on a spherical Earth. Let's use the old tried and proven 8 inches per mile squared and see what happens. At 8 inches per mile squared over 6,550 feet, the drop should be 1.03 feet. The as-builts give us a drop of 1.09 feet. That's very close, 6/100ths of a foot. We can do the same thing on the other side, on the east arm, and in that case, 8 inches per mile squared begins at the vertex, and over 13,100 feet, the drop should be 4.10 feet. According to the as-built drawings, the actual drop is 4.08 feet. This data is very close. Let's take a look at this in AutoCAD and see what it shows us. Looking at this in AutoCAD, here is the southwest arm. And we'll just have a quick look. Here's the vertex at an elevation of 64.12 feet. Here is the end section, the end station at 64.09 feet. And here is the elevation at 6,500 feet from the vertex at 63.0 feet. Now, as we already knew, that will not form a straight line. This is low by about a foot. We can measure it actually. We want to. 1.105 feet. Too low. On the other hand, this is a straight line. If we replace that straight line representing a flat Earth with this line, and let me pull this over here so you can see. This is not a straight line. This is an arc. It's an arc that has a radius of 20,903,520 feet. That's 3,959 miles. Now let's see what happens. The vertex end is sitting on the curved section representing the Earth. The end section is doing the same. But now the center section comes very close to matching here in the center, just as we found out earlier. What happens on the southeast arm? Well, again, the white line represents a flat Earth. Let me see if I can zoom in a little better. And at this end, we have an elevation, the vertex end, 64.12 feet. It's exactly the same as the vertex on the other arm, of course. They have to be, they connect there. This end station has an elevation of 60.04 feet. And if we look at that point of 6,500 feet from the vertex, where the elevation is 61.05 feet above mean sea level, again, we're nowhere close to a straight line. let's measure this one. This time we get 1.03 feet too low. Pretty much the same thing we saw before. So again, let's go to this curved surface with a radius of 20,903,520 feet.
What colour lines are we looking at, Blue? I can't quite make it out on my screen.
Well, actually, it should be a what color is it? I don't remember now. Cyan, I think. It doesn't. It's not. It shows up poorly, really. I got to do something about that. Maybe make the line weight heavier. Or something.
I think you're using magenta, aren't you?
Using magenta on some of them.
Yeah.
You're not even seeing the Earth on my screen.
Well, it's either that.
I think it shows up on the actual video, but
if you change the model
it shows
space
up on
to
the actual video, but it doesn't show very well on these windows like this.
If you change the model space to have a white background, that can help these things stand out.
That's probably what I'm having trouble with, because it's got a dark
I mean,
background.
traditionally, we're so used to using the black background on AutoCAD, but quite often, if you change it to a white background in model space, it'll.
Well, you'll end up changing most of the colors when you do that, because stuff that shows up good on black background doesn't show up good at all on white white background.
That's true.
Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to pause it on the spot where I could.
Let's go to
make out where your cursor's going to for the measurements.
With a radius of 20,903,520 feet.
Because where I'm looking at it there, I can see 3 lines. And then the top one, I can see only 4 lines, because you've got the white one as well.
Yeah, I think the Earth disappears. You got to watch the video itself. This is what happens.
Yeah.
And in this case, it matches almost exactly. The difference is very, very slight from the end of the white line to the end of the magenta, 0.0194 feet differential.
And I'm colour illiterate too, so if you say magenta, I wouldn't have a clue what colour that is.
So if the question is, did LIGO take into account the curvature of the Earth when they built these machines, the answer is absolutely. And for you flat earthers that keep calling the LIGO control room asking if the Earth is flat, knock it off. Those guys have got better things to do than play with you. Hey, thanks for watching.
They weren't calling them, were they?
And the next time a flat earther says, show me 8 inches per mile squared, just show them that picture. Hey, don't forget to hit the little buttons down there. Shout out to the patrons and PayPals. And I'll see you guys on the next one.
Yeah, whatever you were saying there was basically what we were going through with these bloody flirts. They just couldn't understand what was going on. What's it sitting on? How's it built?
The really stupid thing is, it's one of the very few times that the 8 inches per mile squared approximation is actually flipping useful.
Yeah, because it's only over a short distance.
And we are actually looking at what that actually measures as well.
Well, believe it or not, these fuck knuckles still can't understand it.
Well, of course they can't, Blue, because they're fuck knuckles.
Cleary, I think everybody knows who Cleary is, idiot, has done a debunk.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Already got a debunk out there. These guys cannot figure out to save their lives that elevations are what they mean, and they're referenced to mean sea level normally. And if you have three elevations that are the same, then they will form a line or a plane, right? But if they're not all the same, it's not a plane or a straight line. It's an arc or a dish or something. They can't wrap their heads around that one. Beats me. But the thing is, they keep talking about going to LIGO and making these measurements, and as if the people at LIGO are going to let a busload of arm waving nitwits go running around the multi-million-dollar machine with water level or some freaking thing.
Yeah.
And of course, the other problem is it's not exactly easy to just go somewhere and measure its distance to the WGS 84.
Yeah, no joke.
Because how the hell are you supposed to see the WGS 84 on the ground? Or actually, in the case there, seeing as how it's 64 feet above WGS 84, how are you supposed to see the WGS 84 under the ground?
Yeah. Well, now all you need though is just the elevations. That's all you need, and that data is already there. That's what's contained in the as-built drawings. There are 263 separate elevations. Brian Leakey said if he had a day, he could duplicate all of that.
Mm-hmm.
No, you couldn't duplicate it in a day. You couldn't duplicate it in a week. It'd probably take you a survey crew a good month to verify all those elevations. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And it must have took them a while to even figure out a place to build that from the landscape, for all the landscape areas that they could find somewhere big enough to put it. So they were lucky to find that spot.
Yeah,
I think the site up in Hanford, Washington, was probably was easier for them, just simply by virtue of the fact that that's a whole gigantic DOE reservation up there. So they just got off in one corner of that place. I guess where the radioactivity levels weren't too high. The opposite corner from where all that waste is buried.
Yeah.
But the one in Louisiana, they had to look for that. It's a pretty boring video, and I apologize to everybody for that. But I thought after listening the other day, what prompted me, I'd been thinking about this for a while, but I was listening to Brandon Toy's afternoon Scream Fest, and Rakita Life came on there.
Oh. And
he was the one talking about calling the control room, trying to ambush one of the operators. And his whole story was that he barely said more than a couple of words, and the guy launched into a lecture on how the Earth isn't flat, proving conclusively, of course, that this is a conspiracy and it's all too convenient. But I started thinking, Jesus God, these fools have taken to the act of irritating people in the control room at LIGO. It's time to put a stop to this shit.
But you can always guess what sort of response you should get from people if somebody rings you up on the telephone and asks you things like that. You've got to be polite. You can't. Would you just hang up on them straight away, or?
No, but you can bet that those people have heard every crackpot in the world calling, trying to trip them up on something. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me that they're well versed in what's going to come next in the way of stupid questions.
Yeah. I mean, one of the misconceptions I hear about LIGO all the time is that they claim that the face of the mirrors can't be parallel to each other because the Earth's curved, right? But they don't realize that things don't have to hang. That like the front of the mirror doesn't have to be perpendicular to the Earth's surfaces.
Of course.
I mean, yeah.
I told one of them, I can't remember who it was. You can take your damn plumb bob and hang that with the pointy end facing up or sideways or any other way you want to face it. It's still a plumb bob.
Yeah.
And the same thing is true of the mirror. Because they're hanging from those quartz fibers, doesn't say a thing in the world about how the face is aligned.
Yeah,
with
exactly.
The vectors.
Yeah.
Plus, it's got servo controls on it to be able to adjust it.
Yep.
They're so simple-minded. They think when they hear the word plumb bob that means there's just one way it can be done. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, a plumb bob's used for a certain thing, and that's all it is. That's all it's for.
Does he live in a pineapple under the sea?
What?
Huh?
Shit, no name come in hot there, didn't he?
Jesus.
Blurting out from his truck.
That was supposed to be Kent Hovind. But
Oh,
he did a
okay.
terrible Kent Hovind impression. So. Water.
Oh, water. Water. Are you still driving?
No, I'm sitting out on my front porch enjoying a cool, rainy morning.
Okay.
Well, it was 91 degrees here yesterday, so rainy and 72 is right up my alley.
Is that hot?
91 degrees.
Is that hot?
91 degrees, that's almost boiling point here.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah, it's Alabama. It's that damn hot. You can cook an egg on the asphalt.
And that's not even the heat of the day yet.
No, it's only like 9 in the morning. So
yeah.
I think the high today is only like 80 because of the rain. So I'll take it. Helps me sleep.
Oh, good night then.
Well, I'm not ready to go to sleep yet.
Oh, okay.
Or was that a passive aggressive hint that I should go?
I don't know.
Because I understand passive aggressive. I just don't speak it.
Yeah.
Right? I hear it, but I'm more of the aggressive.
Well, you've been doing night shift. It's a wonder you don't fall asleep straight away when you get home.
Well, it's not like I'm awake during the day. Well, I am awake during the day because I'm an insomniac, but normally I shouldn't be awake during the day. So I get about 5 hours a day. I'm doing good.
We'll finish off on Isaac, I think, for tonight. I think we've got up to. Yeah, we'll probably be about 3.5. What's that blue you put in the internal?
Oh, that's a debunk that Cleary has done.
Oh.
What do you want to watch that?
Only runs about 5 minutes. If you want to watch it, yeah, it's kind of funny.
Okay.
Are you going to reply to it?
Oh yes, absolutely. I wouldn't miss it.
This will give you a practice then.
I am representing the profession of surveying at the moment as an individual.
Okay. Well. Blue Marble Science made a video called How LIGO Demonstrates Earth Curvature. How cute, Blue Marble. Well, it shows Earth curvature. Anyway, So what he did was pulled up the blueprints from the supposed, blueprints from the construction of LIGO. And guess what? The elevations match what he would call earth curvature, right? 8 inches per mile squared on his supposed model. But you got a bit of a problem there, buddy. You got a what is it? It's a pretty well put together video. You can tell he's got some people, working for him, and he's just a good old boy, voice doing the video. But what he's got there is an elevation change from the vertex out to the ends. He has an elevation change. Okay. Now, what I've told him before, and he doesn't seem to get it, as I say, if you survey out 1 mile and you measure an 8-inch drop, what do you call that? An elevation change or earth curvature? And every time he'll go, earth curvature. I'm like, really? Okay.
Every time
so
I'm
a
right.
surveyor who uses a horizontal measuring instrument called an auto level through differential leveling techniques along that mile, not one shot all the way down, no. Taking a foresight and a backside all the way through that mile, and you measure an 8-inch drop.
I can see his problem straight away.
That's a vertical change from the horizontal. That's called an elevation change. Okay, it's not earth curvature. So if you're measuring an elevation change that equates to 8 inches per mile squared over the 4-kilometer distance of each straight arm of the LIGO, which is at a right angle, oddly enough. What you're doing is establishing a horizontal plane. Okay? If the terrain varies in elevation from that horizontal, it's not creating a tangent point. Okay? You're totally lost. I'm sure people believe what you say, but it's too bad for them because you're a deceiver. That's what you do. That's your job as a debunker. Or deceiver. Well, anyway, yeah, you just make a video and you call it a debunk, and you imagine that you've actually debunked something. But we went through this thing extensively with you, and what you failed to realize is that those mirrors are hanging from a pendulum, okay? That means it's vertical, okay? That laser is shot horizontally from the vertex to the ends of the arms.
That's what we were talking about.
And those mirrors are on pendulums hanging vertically. So what you establish through that area, and I've told you this, I don't even know how many times. What you're establishing is you have a vertical at the apex, all right? You shoot the laser out horizontally, right? Perpendicular to that vertical. The laser goes out 4 kilometers. Most people don't realize how far 4 kilometers is, but go out to like the most level area you know of that you can see really far, okay? And you're probably going to see about a mile, maybe a mile and a half. Probably not, okay? That's a very, very far distance. And 4 kilometers is about 2.48 miles, whatever, down that distance. That's a rough number. I don't know why I have that number in my head. I think it's accurate. But, yeah, that's right. 2.48 miles. So that laser shoots out, it bounces off that mirror and comes all the way back. I can't remember how many hundreds of times per second. But what they're demonstrating is Euclidean 3 space, which no one has a clue what that is, apparently. Okay, when you have an X, Y, and Z coordinate system, which is X and Y on the horizontal, and you have the Z vertical, that is a 3-dimensional space, 3D reality, okay? That's what those vertical pendulum mirrors hanging by glass threads. That's that relationship between that vertical and that horizontal laser is Euclidean 3 space. If you don't know what that is, Google it, research it, figure it out. Otherwise, you'll go around embarrassing yourself like blue marble science. But maybe that was just a satirical video. He is a funny guy. Thanks for watching.
Wow.
Basically, he's just embarrassing himself, thinking that things that hang vertically have to be parallel.
I hate to say that I agree with Cleary about something.
God!
But Blue is a funny guy.
Yes.
I mean, I agree with like one thing he said. Blue's a funny guy.
Yeah, until I got to the part about the mirrors, I thought, oh, this isn't worth anything. I'll just forget about it. And then I got to that, and I thought, oh, here we go. It's time to have some fun.
And he still thinks that they measured it from the what they call it, where the apex of the two arms are, from that building. He thinks they measured it from there. Or they should have measured it from there. I think that was a lot of the
I do not know.
Sorry?
I don't know what. Well, I don't know why these guys have such a hard time with the concept of elevation. I mean, absolutely. If you set an auto level up and you look out there a mile through the auto level, and you try to measure an elevation that is exactly the same as where you're set up at, it's going to show it 8 inches low. That is not a change in elevation, you dipshit. That is Earth curvature.
I mean, here's another thought experiment for you, right? Now, take a like a square pyramid, and hang that pyramid from the base. Put your contact point in the middle of the base of the pyramid and hang it from a point somewhere. Now, is the face of that pyramid going to be perpendicular to the Earth's surface? No.
No, it will not.
No. Just because you have a pendulum doesn't mean that the face of something that you're hanging is going to be also perpendicular to the Earth's surface. No, that's not true.
I can do some wonderful experiments out here around Cavendish, I think.
Yeah.
With a block of wood and a piece of string.
Yeah.
And just show him what an idiot he is.
Yeah.
All it takes.
Yeah.
And that's what I've got planned. I want to do that just to embarrass this idiot.
Yeah.
Have they got the plans?
He's got it coming.
Have they got the drawings or the schematics for the mirrors in the plans?
No, they're not in that set of plans. You got to go looking for for more details on the mirror, or the vacuum tubes. None of that's in that drawing package. But it doesn't really matter. It's a very complicated system that LIGO has. It's not actually a single pendulum. It's like 4 pendulums in series with each other. Just to enhance the isolation.
And what's its purpose, the LIGO?
What's the purpose of LIGO?
Yeah.
Oh, it's to measure gravitational waves.
It's basically to measure.
It's
basically, Terry, to measure a length. You're measuring a length. Okay, and you're measuring the variation in that length over time.
Right. It will measure cataclysmic events that happen around the universe. Things like the collision of neutron stars or black holes or a supernova or something like that. But in order to be able to measure it, you've got to have an interferometer that can measure the length contraction differential between the arms of the interferometer, and the measurement has to be accurate. They have to be able to measure changes in length of on the order of 1/10,000th the diameter of a proton.
Wow.
Yeah. It's the equivalent of being able to measure the distance from here to a nearby star to within about the width of a human hair. So it's
they're not arguing about any of that stuff. They're only just arguing about the mirrors and how it's built.
Yeah, well, they're desperately now trying to figure out how to get their foot out of their mouth. I mean, after all, this was their idea to use LIGO to prove, because they've, you know how they've waffled around for 2 years now, trying to figure out how to make a perfectly straight line. And they are the ones that came up with the idea that, hey, we got these LIGO things. Those tubes are, you know, some of the straightest things we know of anywhere in the universe. Let's use them.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a great idea. All we got to do is go down there and measure it, and you know we can prove the Earth is flat. We don't have to go down and measure it. All the damn data's right there.
Yeah, you got all the plans for it.
Already been measured.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of measuring things accurately, there's a ring laser gyroscope at the University of Canterbury in New Zealand, sorry, and it can measure angles to an accuracy of about the width of human hair at 50 kilometers. All right, but that pales into insignificance when you're talking about LIGO.
Yep. There have been other installations that have, well, I think Stanford had a linear accelerator at one time that ran a couple of miles.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they had the same issue with that. And I'm going to dig into it and see if I can find any information on that thing. But I remember that was an enormously long linear accelerator.
Wow. We'll finish up on Isaac for the night. A bit of jovial entertainment.
Yeah.
I'll have to email Isaac to see if he can put some money in for the swear jar. I don't like my chances of getting it, but
no, I know what he'll say to you.
Yeah.
Well, at least I can guess what he'll say to you.
Yeah.
It's the Buttsman here, and I recently finished reading a particular book. It's about a comedian from the 1950s and the 1960s in America, a man who served in World War II, set a standard for comedy that is still the standard today, and he told jokes for a living for his entire life up until his death. The book is called How to Talk Dirty and Influence People, and it's an autobiography by a gentleman by the name of Lenny Bruce. It really is a fascinating book, and if you're a fan of free speech or comedy, I highly recommend it. You see, I was reading this book just last week. I only just finished it whilst I was travelling around the country doing shows. I was heading up north to do a show in Lismore and a show in Byron Bay. One is a shithole filled with amazing people, and one is an amazing place, a gorgeous, picturesque location filled with fucking assholes. I'll let you know which is which later on in the video. In Lenny Bruce's book, he talks about the multitude of times that he was arrested throughout his stand-up comedy career. You see, he was arrested in America in the 60s and in the 50s, not too long ago at all when you think about it, for making certain sounds with his mouth. He made these sounds and they were so offensive that he was arrested because of them. These sounds we know every single day as words. This man was locked up in a cage because of offensive words. But these sounds that we know as words has left a legacy that lives on with every comedian that is worth their fucking weight, and they have Lenny Bruce to thank for it. You see, Lenny Bruce's act at the time was seen as obscene. He used the word fuck, he said the word tits, he talked about sex and religion, and this was just a big no-go at the time. And in the end, he would pay, ultimately, with his life. In the 1950s and the 1960s, comedians were being arrested because they were too obscene on stage. You could be locked up for standing on stage and saying, hey, how fucking good are tits? Even in the 1960s, Lenny Bruce was banned from performing in Australia because people couldn't handle what he was saying on stage. Lenny Bruce was constantly fighting the system, demanding change, allowing him to talk about whatever he desired and joke about whatever the fuck he wanted to. And the way he did that was he basically gave everyone a big fuck you, and on a nightly basis, he stared jail time directly in the face and said whatever the fuck he wanted to, whatever he thought was funny, and didn't give a fuck about the repercussions. He was enormously popular. And if you'd never heard of Lenny Bruce up until this point, I'm glad you have now. He left behind a legacy for anyone who likes comedians who are a bit dirty or offensive, whether it's Jim Jeffries, Jimmy Carr, Bill Burr, Joan Rivers, Bill Hicks, whoever it happens to be, all the way down the rungs of the ladder to the fucking plebs like me. I have this man, Lenny Bruce, to thank for me having a career. Now, I'm not comparing myself to Lenny Bruce at all or any of those other comedians. I'm only 8 years into my career, and I strive every single show to get better and better. And the biggest fear in my life right now with my career is that when people pay good money to come and see me, I don't deliver. And that's why every single show I'm putting in all of my effort to make sure that everyone gets their money's worth. But ladies and gentlemen, I couldn't help but feel that what was happening to Lenny Bruce back in the Dizzy, on a minute scale, was a little bit happening to me just the other week. In a little town, a shithole called Byron fucking Bay. Byron Bay is a town full of hippies, mad leftists, vegans, vegan cyclists, soy boys, hairy chicks, and worst of all, my foe for this tale, the Byron Bay Community Board on Facebook. This story is fucking outrageous. Strap yourselves in if you haven't heard it. But the irony was palpable. I was reading about one of the greatest comedians of all time being cancelled, and here's poor little old bearded me trying to feed his fucking greyhounds, and Byron Bay's coming hard after me. Fuck you to the moon. You see, this story, it starts 3 years ago. I was a younger man with a 12-inch penis. I was going about my business. I had started my career as a stand-up comedian, and I was doing a tour of the country of Australia, and I was heading to a little old place that I'd never been before, called Byron fucking Bay. Byron was then overrun, and still is, overrun with soy-drinking hippies, dreadlock-wearing, pubic hair enthusiasts, and that's just the women. Anyway, the local radio station there, Byron Bay FM, and a particular program called Banter Stand, demanded that I be cancelled from the town. They called me every name under the sun. They were so mean, they were so rude, and I made a video about them, you see. And then I decided to attack them, you see. I said they're very rude people, you see. And then some good motherfuckers also called them rude people, you see. And then they lost their show, you see. Fuck you. So I did my show in Byron Bay. It sold out. Everyone fucking loved it. No problems at all. And now, 2.5 years later, I returned to the scene of the crime, and I met with this. Only a few days before, a good motherfucker on Instagram sent me this. The far-right edgelord, which actually is now my pronoun, so please refer to me as that, Isaac Butterfield is doing a show at the Byron Bay Community Centre. It's a theatre. It's not a fucking... I know it says Community Centre on the front of it, but it's a nice theatre. It's not just some fucking hall, all right? I'm a big deal. On Saturday night, he spreads hate under the guise of comedy. He's made jokes about Jewish people being gassed, Muslims who were killed in the Christchurch attacks, and he hates women! Just giving people a heads up about this hateful human. I love how he just throws in, and he hates women! Firstly, fucking 40% of the crowd and the people who watch my videos are women, alright? And secondly, he's spot fucking on. Can't stand him. This post was posted to the Byron Bay Community Forum, which is full of the biggest whingers in Byron Bay. They freak out about fucking everything. I tell you what, someone mentioned 5G in the comment section and everyone logged off their Facebook page. They had their tinfoils hats on. They jumped into the water and freaked the fuck out. But the comments were shit like this. They were complaining, I assume in this voice. Oh my God, does the community centre know? That doesn't sound like a good show at all. He is vile. How dare the community centre allow this? One person ever said this, and this fucking upset me. Him or Hannah Gadsby? I know who I'd choose. It's Hannah.
I can't physically throw up in my mouth.
How fucking dare you? But there was one dude who said this. Comedy is great, and comedians should be able to push the envelope. Do you really believe that, big fella? But this guy is gross. His material doesn't just border on hate speech, it firmly jumps over the wall. I can't believe that the community centre would allow him to perform there. This man will remain nameless, okay? He carried on quite a bit. He was throughout the comment section carrying on like an absolute fucking pork chop. But the hilarious thing, after all this happened, let's jump forward a little bit. His son came to the show, fucking loved the show, and then said, do I want to call him after the show, which I did. I got his voicemail, and I said...
G'day Luke. Isaac Butterfield here, mate. How you doing? Listen, I know you don't like me. I know you're pretty big into the community board on Facebook, but I fucking hate you. Bye.
It was great. I'm glad that old mate on Monday morning would have got that voicemail, and I hope I ruined your day, sir. So I read all of these comments and I shared it to my Facebook page, and then all you good motherfuckers went in there and defended my honour. Love yous. And when I shared it, this was the caption. Hey Byron, suck a big old fat cock. And hilariously, that would come back to bite me. This went on for a while. I got angry email after angry DM and all this type of stuff saying that I was a big piece of shit. And then, a phone call. In the car on the way to the Lismore show the night before the Byron show. The car fell silent. We were terrified. What was going to happen? It was a call from the Byron Bay Community Centre Theatre. And the dude basically said, oh, fuck those guys. They whinge about everything. We can't wait for tomorrow night. And that gave me hope that good motherfuckers in Byron Bay still existed. The night before I did a show in Lismore, an amazing show, 400 good motherfuckers in a beautiful old movie theatre that's been kitted out to basically look like the greatest comedy room in the world. It was such a great fucking show. But just before I walk on stage, literally 10 minutes before I go on, I get a notification that I have had an article written about me in the Daily Telegraph. The community backlashes controversial comedian Isaac Big Stinkin' Dick Butterfield scheduled to perform in Byron. Isaac Butterfield's no-holds-barred approach to comedy draws massive crowds. Get tickets now. But his approach was labelled as hateful by the Australian race what? Race car authority? Racing industry? Were jockeys mad at me? That's where the headline ended. And to find out more about that article, you had to pay $1. And there's no fucking chance I'm paying $1 for that dribble. But someone did send me a little clip from the article, and they quoted me. They quoted me once in this article, and here is the quote. Hey Byron, suck a big fat cock. It does look like I said there, but I didn't say there, although I should have said there. They can suck a big fat too. Much worse than cock. But I said goodnight to the Lismore crowd and prepared for Byron the very next day. So, as we prepared to drive into town, I turned my 5G up to full ball. I made sure all my vaccines were up to date just to try and keep those protesters away from me. We come to the edge of town. I get this hilarious photo and caption it with "Fuck Byron Bay." I'm in the town for like 2 hours at this point. I'm keeping a low profile. Who knows who wants to throw their old dreadlocks at me? And then I see two smackies fighting near a train station. That was fun. I got called a white just by some lady who was screaming at people in public. I saw some dude, and this is not a joke, drinking straight out of a large container of soy milk. That fucking terrified me. No one was wearing any shoes, and I saw a little bit of peace and love. That was about it. The hours pass. I'm nervous. Showtime is approaching. We go to the venue, no problems thus far. There is security there, 2 security guards. I say to one of the security guards, I said, have you got my back? If it all turns to shit, he said, fuck no, I don't get paid enough. I said, fair enough. I'm nervous, but it's showtime. And I thought to myself, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't attack the people of Byron Bay. So I go on stage and I say this. Any people here from the Byron Bay Community Board? Yeah! Yeah, couple? I hope you die. Honestly. No, seriously. I genuinely hope that the lighthouse in Byron Bay loses power and a cargo ship runs down the main street and anyone with dreadlocks or soy latte in their little mustaches fucking dies, okay? That's what I want. That's what I want tonight. Well, there you go. It was pretty G-rated. Ladies and gentlemen, the show was marvellous, all right? We packed it out, and thank you very much to the Byron Bay Community Board, because if I'm honest, ticket sales weren't that great in Byron Bay. Turns out they're not my people. But since you carried on like fucking pork chops, I sold an extra 130 tickets because of you. So, ha ha, ha ha ha, fuck you to the moon. I wanted to make this really clear. I make horrible jokes because sometimes we joke about horrible things and it's okay to laugh at them as long as we know that it's a joke. Everyone, and who's anyone, can come to my show. Regardless of what skin colour you have, your gender, your sexual preference, religion, creed, whatever, everyone is welcome. And not only is everyone welcome, but if you come to a show, you'll realise that everyone comes as well. It's like a big bukkake party. No, that's not what I meant. What I mean is you will see different people there. And I think that is so wonderful. I love meeting so many different people. That is my favourite part by far of doing these shows, is meeting all of you. Come and see me live. I'm doing an Australian tour. I'll be in New Zealand as well. The ticket link is down below. If I haven't put the tickets on sale yet for your city, make sure you sign up as well. Ladies and gentlemen, be a good motherfucker. Peace in the Middle East. Me dick stinks. Keep it moist. Fuck Byron Bay. And I'll see you all very soon. Doodle well. Bye.
Hit it, boys.
G'day, you good motherfuckers. How are ya?
Yeah.
So is the swear jar full after that, Jerry?
I'll just check. No, I can't get the lid on.
I know what I just heard. I just heard the cork coming out the top of a bottle of Ardbeg.
Yeah, it makes us just I'll get that word out of my mouth. Distinctive sound.
You are absolutely right, Alan. Absolutely.
Well, you know, so that is also my current bottle of scotch. So not your one. I have my own one, obviously.
Okay.
So you finished? So you finished the bottle yet, Paul, or you?
No. God, no.
No, that's not the sort of bottle of scotch you just polish off in a couple of hours.
No.
Okay,
that's
okay.
right.
Not the cheap stuff.
No.
Well, no, I wouldn't class Ardbeg as cheap. The cheap Ardbeg is like, well, over here the cheap Ardbeg's like 50 quid a bottle.
Yeah.
I have no idea what it's like. That'd make it about $100 in Australia.
Yeah.
But I have no idea what your tax system on booze is, so that could change a lot.
Yeah.
Well, if we haven't got anything else, we'll wind her out. Anything from the Peanuts? No, we've already done Lindsay. Dora said, did he meet Ross?
No, I don't want more Lindsay.
No, I don't know if he met Ross. I wonder if Ross went to his show. Oh, we'll say our goodbyes.
Yeah. We get a new lot of Harvard students on Monday, Terry.
Ah.
Yeah.
So you'll be busy again next week then?
Well, sure will be. Yep.
Getting them all settled into their new accommodation.
Yep.
Sorry, I can't talk and type at the same time. I mean, I'm talking now.
I was just looking at the comments that have been left on Cleary's video.
Mm.
Well, I mean, all the usual sort of flat Earth cheerleaders are there. You know, Flatsoid Effie, Bev's there, Travis is there, Good Servant. They're all going, oh yeah, great, wonderful work. It's like that's all you can do. None of you will dare say, "Here, hang on a minute. What the fuck are you on about?" You know, they all go, "Oh yeah, great stuff, Cleary. Yeah, you've really done brilliantly." What? Did you watch the same video we all just watched? and they do that it doesn't matter what nonsense is posted by one of these prats. You'll get all the usual faces will turn up and leave a comment. Yeah, great stuff. Yeah, you're smashing it. Yeah, blah 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 blah. You tell him. And it's like, what? Just don't get it.
Read my comments. I think you'll get a kick out of them.
Oh yeah, she'll next.
Unless he's already taken them down.
No. You left a comment 8 hours ago. Lol. I wondered who my next victim was going to be. Thanks for volunteering.
I just don't see how anybody can take him seriously as a flirt. I mean, he's not driving.
It's true.
So how can he be any kind of flat earth authority if he's not driving?
Yeah, well, he wasn't doing it
inside.
And
he was out.
Even worse, they should take his face and like post it over CC's face because they've got about the same shaped head, you know, and they're both kind of pudgy white guys, and that way he can drive around like CC. What do you think?
Well, even more disturbing, he actually has his camera in landscape mode. That almost rules you out.
That's a good point. Yeah.
To begin with.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
But it depends on whether he's using a camera or a phone, because it's so much easier to keep a camera in landscape.
I mean, the fact that there's not in a car either. You know,
that's not very professional.
That was my first point. You can't say he's not in a car, and I just said he's not driving. I mean, come on, man. Did you even listen? Did you even listen to me? No, it hurts. It hurts.
If I see a Flo put a video out in portrait mode, I'd be suspicious. Landscape mode, sorry.
Christ, I'm just reading Flatsoid's answers to Blue Marble, and they what?
What on Blue Marbles on Blue's video?
No, this is. I'm looking at Cleary's video, and Blue had left a comment, and then Flatsoid kicks in. He says, "We're all laughing at your idiocy whilst you're
surveying at the moment as an individual.
Nope.
You might want to learn how leveling works." And this is coming from Flatsoid. So Blue Marble had asked him a few questions, which is basically reiterating what Blue said in his video. And Flatsoid's, "Oh golly gosh, you're a dumb," you know. And everything he says after that is just like, what? What's that even mean? What are you on about? It's just, oh.
I mean, come on, Farmer's Boy, can't you acknowledge that these people are at the forefront of human knowledge?
No. No, I bloody well can't. You know how when we're designing new things and saying we are at the very leading edge of something.
Yeah, I know.
These guys are at the trailing edge.
Yeah.
You know, they are the complete opposite. I mean, if you want to discover new things and learn new things and build new things, you don't go to flat earthers. None of them have ever actually achieved anything like that ever. You won't find flat earthers who are scientists, who are engineers, anything like that, because no.
So I messed up when I asked Anthony for a boiled egg recipe. I thought,
well, if he told
he'd be the person to talk to about it.
If he told you that you had to boil the water and put salt in it to boil the egg, then yeah, he's not the right guy to ask.
No, that was just to make the egg defy gravity. I wanted a light egg, like lower calories. So I figured if I dumped a bunch of salt in there, it would levitate. Science. Can't argue with that.
You can.
I mean, you can, but you'd lose. I mean, come on. Flat Earth, physics, for physics, that's the way to go.
Yeah.
What's this? If there's a ditch at that point and you measure a slope upwards to both positions A and B.
Yeah, I mean, why has he introduced a ditch?
Oh, I don't know.
No, well, I can't figure that out either. I mean,
where's he getting this slope
the ditch
from
come
the survey?
And I hate to sound like a grammar Nazi or anything, but I mean, can the guy use a period or a space comma every once in a while? And AKA means also known as. So I think he's misusing that.
Well, here's the question I asked him. I thought this was. I said, "Hey, Flatsoid, one of my favorite idiots. Got a question for you, Chief. Being that you're one of those leveling experts and all, if 2 points about 2.5 miles apart have elevations of 64.12 feet and 64.09 feet, would you say that a line between them is A, level, B, almost level, C, need to check with QE, or D, don't have a clue? Don't worry. The first question stumps 99.638% of your fellow flatwits too. Next question. If I put a point midway between them, that's 2.5 miles divided by 2 equal 1.25 miles. I know how hard math is for you guys. At an elevation of 63 feet, and I connect all three elevations with a single line. What sort of line would I need to draw? A straight line. B, an arc. C, need to check with QE, or D, don't have a clue. Think about it. I'll give you some extra time on this one. If your answers were almost level and an arc, welcome to the globe Earth. If not, you're an idiot. It's okay. Your buddies are idiots too.
I like the fact that one of the options was need to check with QE.
Yeah, I
think that's the correct answer. I'm going to go with C on that one.
Who the heck is going to ask? Who the heck is going to argue about 3.6 inches over 200,000 inches ish?
Yeah.
Oh, well, probably the people building LIGO.
True.
That's about it.
I was really surprised yesterday because I was checking up on some stuff, and I found out the river in Norwich, the River Wensum and the River Yare in Norwich, are at 0 meters above sea level.
Bloody hell.
25 miles from the sea. And yeah, they are tidal as well, so maybe that accounts for it.
You kind of figure they'd have to be, wouldn't they?
And I assume, so I assume that the flow is just, there's tidal flow in and out, and the flow is and the fact that there is a current in the river is just down to the fact that there's water pushing in from the back. There's water running in from higher up, and it's got to go somewhere.
Maybe it goes into the fountains of the deep.
Well, that's your lot
Well, there's Dora. There's one point where it's 0 meters. It's at 0 meters elevation, and the fields, the water meadows on either side are at -2 meters elevation.
Yeah.
That
explains why so much of Doggerland is underwater now.
Yeah, that'll be Newlyn Datum. Oh, for God's sake, Newlyn Datum as well. I believe. Although I think it's fairly close to WGS 84 here as well. So.
Can we finish up now?
Yeah, of course you can, Terry.
I've been trying to butt in. I've been trying to butt in.
Well, just shout me down. That's all you need to do.
No, I'm not a flurf. I don't talk over people. Yeah, later, guys. Oh, thanks, Alan. Thanks, Big Blue. Thanks, Otto von Guericke. Is that how you pronounce it?
Guericke.
Guericke. Guericke. Okay. Thanks, Farmer. Thanks, No Name.
Thanks for having me.
Who'd we have out there? Dora, Death, Zeblon, Scott, 9 o'clock, Dart. Oh, I haven't seen Dart for a while. I know Gary was there earlier. Stewie. Don't forget Dora. Did I say Dora? Terse, Carl, Clive. I'm just going to stroll faster. I think it'd be easier.
Stroll.
Yeah, I'll scroll faster. That way, if I miss somebody, they can shout out. Clive. Death. There we go. That's as far as I can go. It's your last chance to put your name in if I miss your name. No, Farmer, I'm not going to shout you out.
Oh.
Stevie. Okay then. Well, say good night.
Did you shout out Stewie?
Stewie. Yeah, I think I said Stewie.
Okay, I must have missed it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I just wanted to quickly say to Dora, I'm sorry, but I still can't figure out which photo it was that you were referring to that looked like 3 circles.
Hey, Fred. Still here fishing. What do you mean fishing? Don't forget the snags, as Scott says. Oh, and Dart. Yeah, sorry, Dart. Oh, I did say you. All right, then. Say good night, everyone. Or say good night,
Good night,
people.
everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.